Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of October 27, 2020, Seminole County Board of County Commission. We would ask that you check all your cell phones, your electronic devices, make sure you turn them off or mute them. If you would be kind enough to double check that so we ensure that everybody can hear. Since we have a hybrid meeting, it is often difficult to hear those folks that are phoning in or calling in remotely. It'd be very helpful if you would just take a quick minute and verify that your phones are turned off or turned down in the mute position. First thing we have up is we're going to have our financial investment report. It's going to be Scott McIntyre, who's calling in this afternoon to provide the investment advisor update. Tim will be running the PowerPoint here. And do we have anybody from the public that wants to make a comment on the investment advisor's report? You can do so at the end of the report. Scott, do we have you in? Scott, can you hear us?
Guess not.
Okay, we'll wait on Clint. Clint, are you able to cue him in?
He's in the meeting, sir. He may just need to unmute.
Scott, if you can hear us, if you would unmute your phone. We'll give him a moment. Can someone try to reach Scott? Ask him to unmute his phone.
Mr. Chairman. Whoa, wait. Let her know. I would let her know. See if they still want to stay around. Got the continuance. I mean, I don't see Mr. Madden in the audience. He didn't even show up, and he's already.
Any luck, Tim? Technology. Bear with us today, folks. As we all have probably realized during the time of COVID, technology of phone calls and Zoom meetings often are challenging, so we'll have Mr. McIntyre on the line here in just a minute.
69 or 70. I mean, okay, 70 and 71. We're going to hit notes and then come back to this.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. That was just a regular phone-in call like we've done every time, but it was for some reason it didn't work. I'm sorry. I'll go through this as quick as I can.
All right.
So if we go to the first page, the events that are driving the market, and it really probably all that needs to be said here is that the election is a week away, and there's a lot of uncertainty associated with that, including whether, how much, and when any additional stimulus comes down the pike. Obviously, you guys know there are some new cases that are surging in areas around the country, and that also is impacting things. But at the end of the day, you can probably wipe most of this out because, the election being a week away could certainly change things, depending on how it plays itself out. Economic growth this week, we're going to get third quarter GDP, and it actually should be a record-shattering quarter. Keep in mind, though, that this is quarter over quarter annualized, so the growth is relative to where we were in the previous quarter. So it's going to have a tendency to look really large. The reality is that even with up 32%, we're likely to be 4 to 5% below where we were a year ago for total GDP. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the service sector is still struggling and will continue to struggle. So, again, we're a long way from being out of the woods, but just to brace you, you're going to see some extraordinarily large economic growth numbers on Thursday when they're released. And certainly that's going to wind up being a very political number. It should be all over the papers, and both sides will weigh in on how that looks. The next slide is employment. What I want to point out here is that although jobs have come back, a lot of them have come back, we've gone from pre-pandemic 152 million people employed to about almost 142 million. So we're still about 10 million folks down, and that's just in terms of the people that were employed by companies. Self-employed people are a whole different category, a little bit more difficult to get a track on. And, obviously the Uber drivers and, the self-employed people are doing at least as poorly. So at this point, the unemployment rate the people who are actually looking for work went from 14.7 at the worst to 7.9% as of the September report. And that's pretty good. But it only counts the people who are actually looking for work within the last 30 days. So, if you do back and napkin calculations and include the idea that a number of additional people would be looking for work if they thought it was safe and if they thought they could find a job, then that unemployment rate would actually be closer to 10% right now instead of 7.9%. So we've got some permanent job losses that are increasing. Obviously, entire industries continue to struggle. The point is things are getting better. It's going to get harder, and we have a ways to go. The next slide, what I want to point out here is that the red line is the total number of Americans, and this is now a couple weeks old, but over 25 million people were receiving either state unemployment benefits, which last 26 weeks, or supplemental federal unemployment benefits, which include a lot of those self-employed workers for the first time. And also, if you run out of your 26 weeks of state unemployment benefits, you're allowed to get another 13 weeks under the federal program. So the total number is 25 million that are receiving unemployment benefits at this point in time. And I will tell you, trying to gauge who's unemployed and who's not, trying to guess that, from one economist to another, admittedly, they're off by 5 or 10 million people. So it's difficult to guess. But we do know that a hard number is 25 million people receiving benefits. Consumer spending, the next slide. The thing that I really want to point out here is not so much how far down or how much up we went, just the idea that if you look at the blue bars, you can see the shutdown in March and April and how that affected retail sales. And then immediately after the broad reopening of the economy in most places, you saw this big spike in pent-up demand spending during the month of May, and it curtailed off a little bit in June, and then we've sort of have slowed down considerably, over the course of the last couple of months. And I think that that's a really good indication of what the economy is going to do, and I'll show you in just a second here. But, we did have the big drop in the second quarter. I told you third quarter growth, which is going to be released later this week, is going to be record setting, and the up and the down, if we go to the next slide, is going to wind up looking a lot like retail sales. So economic growth, because it's driven by consumer spending, is going to mirror that retail sales report. And you can see that during the second quarter, we were down. Again, this is a quarter-over-quarter annualized number, but down 31.4%. We expect third quarter is going to be up somewhere in the neighborhood of 32%. And, it certainly will be an all-time record. I don't think we've ever seen a bounce that was in double digits before, so this is pretty significant. But the big question going forward, and the great big unknown, is the fourth quarter, because during the third quarter, much of the 3.5, 3.6 total spending by the federal government was spent, both on individuals and businesses through the PPP program and supplemental unemployment benefits, et cetera, et cetera. Those have all pretty much been used, expired, run out. And the question is, how are we going to do in the fourth quarter without that benefit of trillions of dollars worth of spending? So, kind of a wild card here. In addition to the election, we're all wondering how the economy is going to do once that government backstop has ended. The next slide is available investment options. One thing I want to point out here is that your September portfolio yield was 92. That's a little bit higher than I thought it was going to be when we did the calculation last time. A lot of that has to do with how your money moves around. But then the October calculation that I had, which is a little bit easier, granted how far we are in the month, but I expect that's going to be around 91. The reason that hasn't moved very much, even though rates are as low as they are, is because you haven't had a maturity in a while. You've locked up your investments for quite some time. So what's happening now, as much as anything else, is you don't have the maturities, but you are continuing to spend money. Other investment options give you an idea of where the market is, almost the same as we've shown you, most of the last 4 or 5 months. A 2-year Treasury, right around 15 basis points. You get a couple extra basis points if you were to go into an agency as opposed to a Treasury, where the 2 years at 17. There is a little bit of additional yield on callables, but frankly, we would never suggest that somebody bought a callable security that could be called away in 6 months if you only get 1 extra basis point. So, not a whole lot of really good investment options at this point. The pool rates continue to tumble. Most of your money is in Florida Prime right now, or most of your liquid pool money. The reason that's higher than the other investment pools at 29 versus, say, Florida Class at 23 or Florida Trust at 17 is that Florida Prime has the lowest fee structure. They all invest in very similar securities, but Florida Prime's the fees are about 3 basis points as opposed to 12, or 10 or 15 or whatever. So really, because the fees are low, you're getting the higher yield. You're not taking additional risk by being in Prime. And again, one thing I had mentioned is that Prime is managed by Federated. It's overseen by the SBA in the state of Florida, AAA M-rated, very good, high quality. And right now, the funds are being drawn down to pay your expenses on a month-by-month basis. Are being drawn down from Prime. You also have quite a bit of money in the Florida Qualified Public Depository Savings accounts. They're paying anywhere from 25 basis points to 50. The banks that are paying 50 have higher balances. The banks that are paying the lower rates are actually, we've got less money funneled over there, but we are watching those banks. Everybody seems to be in good shape. The Qualified Public Depository Program means that you've got shared collateral. We feel like the first, backstop is the bank itself. If the bank were to ever encounter any type of financial stress, then they get to tap into the state's pool. So we do feel good about that, and we would put more money in there, except that there is quite a bit of money right now that's in the banks, and trying to diversify as best we can at this point. So notes and recommendations, upcoming maturities, I've mentioned it before. You don't have any maturities of any securities or investments until November 30th. So that's not an issue that we're going to have to worry about until early part of December. Recommended purchases, you're in a cash drain period. $25 million was spent last month. This month, I'm not really sure. I'm assuming it's going to be a fairly significant amount as well. You're draining down on your COVID savings. You have your normal operating expenses. And so what's going to happen is that when you need those, they will be pulled out of the Florida Prime pool at 29 basis points. And the effect of that as you pull out of the lower yielding investments is that your overall yield will stay the same or actually potentially trend upward, depending on how the rest of that spending goes. And really what I want to point out here is that yields continue to be at historical lows. We could get some change after the election. It's not going to be dramatic, but, I'm not really sure at all what's going to be happening next week, to be honest with you. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, the overriding objective is safety. The county is invested in belt and suspenders type securities. You're looking at AAA rated, federated managed investment pools. You're looking at qualified public depositories with a good portion of your money. You're looking at treasury securities, agency securities, and CDs that are fully secured. So we're not going to be chasing yield, not going to be looking at commercial paper or corporates at this point in time. The spreads are just terrible to begin with, but the last thing in the world you want is to have some type of fail here at this point in time. So it's going to be kind of steady as she goes. The next slide is the portfolio snapshot, and you can sort of dig into this at your leisure, but it shows the breakdown of where your monies are. The weighted average maturity is 166 days. Arguably that's probably shorter than I'd like it to be, but at this point in time, there hasn't been opportunities to buy securities that would do anything other than lower your overall yield. So, and again, you can sort of see all the breakdowns here. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. And then finally, the benchmark comparison. I mentioned this before. The red line is actually Seminole County. And what we've known is that you've locked in a number of securities. Your benchmarks are not theoretically locked into things. They represent the current market. The one-year CMT, which is the blue line, had been lagging a bit because it's a 12-month rolling average. So, every month the higher yielding one-year treasury rolls off, and the current one-year treasury, which is yielding 11, rolls on. So, in terms of this benchmark comparison, you're going to continue to separate yourself, or the county will, from the benchmarks, probably to the tune of 15 or 20 basis points each month for October and November. So the performance has been good. Again, I do wish that we had some notice of the virus, so that we could sort of load load things up in February, but that was certainly not the case. But I think that things are going well, all things considered. So if I go back to the recommendations, we sort of, this is all semantics, but I don't necessarily need for you to approve anything, because at this point we're kind of going to let it ride. And you've got a cash drain period. You've got no maturities that we need to address between now and then. So, Chairman, do I need to ask anything in particular for you guys to vote on, or?
Well, we need to adopt a recommendation of pretty much doing nothing.
Okay, I hate the way that sounds, because this is an active decision, but you're right. So should I ask that, or Do you want to ask?
I'll go to the
Yeah.
board for question, and we'll get there. Commissioner Delory looks like he may have a question.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to adopt a
Okay.
recommendation of our financial advisor based on a report submitted today and direct the clerk to implement said board adopted recommendations.
Motion and a second. Okay, any questions for Mr. McIntyre? Okay, Clint, do we have anyone on the line who's raised their hand that wishes to speak about the financial advisor report?
No, sir.
Okay, anyone here in the public that wishes to speak about the financial advisor report? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the roll. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Okay, next item up is our public hearing agenda. We're going to go to item number 68. First, I will be looking for a motion to accept publication.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Like sign? Hearing none, it's unanimous. Our staff will present each item for consideration with staff recommendations. The board will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff when presentations have finished. The applicant will have an opportunity to make an audio presentation. The board will have a chance to ask questions once the presenter has finished. People interested in speaking either for or against a project or issue may speak in person, or if virtual, they should register at the Seminole County website by going to the Board of County Commissioners page and clicking on the webinar registration link. If you're unable to join via computer or online, interested parties should call 407-665-0808. That's 407-665-0808 for additional information. If you'd like to make a comment and are attending the meeting using a computer or iPad, click on the raise hand feature. If you've called in on a telephone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. You'll be called on in the order that you've raised your hand. You will only be allowed to give comment once per item. Speakers should state their name and address clearly for the record and whether you are for or against the item. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to speak unless they are the official spokesperson for an HOA or a legally organized group, then you will be given 6 minutes. If a board member has questions regarding the speaker's comments, an opportunity will be given once the speaker's time has expired. Speakers should limit their comments to pertinent data and information regarding the agenda item under discussion, keeping your comments brief. Once all speakers have been heard, the applicant will have the opportunity for rebuttal if needed. We will close the public hearing and put the matter in the hands of the commission for discussion, recommendation, or motion. Following a motion, a second, there will be board discussion and a vote will be taken. A vote will be taken in a roll call format. So we'll go to item 68. Now, before we get to number 68, I know we got a lot of people here for item number 70 and number 71, which is Novell Parkway and Bartram's Landing. I've got quite a few speaker forms. The applicant has asked for a continuation. So I just want to advise you, if that is granted, then those here for items 70 and 71 will be able to speak regarding a continuance.
Mr. Chairman? Since
Which
we have a
would
lot
like-
of people, can we move those up if it's going to be continued?
Oh, we can move them up, sure, if that's the will of the board.
That's the will of the board.
Let me ask our staff and the applicant on number 68 who have graciously geared up, are you all willing to forego your place in line so we can move to item 70? And we've got also item number 69, which is accessory dwelling units. Mr. Hopper, are you okay to forego your place in line? You're okay?
We're
Good. I see staff shaking their
We're good,
heads.
Chairman, yes.
Okay, then let's go to item number 70, Novell Parkway Large-Scale Future Land Use Map Amendment and PD Rezone. This is being presented by Dana Lee Pettit. Ms. Pettit, sorry for getting you off kilter, but out of respect for the folks that are here and everybody's time, we're going to try to move this along as quick as we can.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Dana Lee Pettit, Planning and Development Division. We received a request from the applicant to continue this item to the November 10th BCC meeting. The applicant is here to speak about this continuance request.
Okay, any questions for staff? Seeing none, the applicant, if you are here and wish to make a statement, please come forward. Please identify yourself with address.
Sure. Chad Moorhead with Mad Moorhead and Stokes, 431 East Horatio Avenue. We would like to request a continuance. Sorry it came so late yesterday. Our client called us after lunch and said that they were having some contractual obligation or issues with the seller and asked that we request the continuance. So
Okay,
that's the reason for it. I don't have any other details than that, but
okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Carey, I can see her there now. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to keep you off in the distance, but I can see you there now. Any questions, Commissioner Carey? And you're muted. Commissioner Carey, you're muted.
Okay.
There.
I couldn't see myself to unmute myself because they had the screen taken over. So, yes, I don't have any issue with the continuance, and I would, after you hear the public, I'd be happy to make a motion for the continuance.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moorhead, if you would just stand by for a moment. All right, so the continuance has been requested. We have public that is here that are registered to speak on this item. I will indulge the public for those who wish to speak about the continuance. And keep in mind, the continuance, you are to speak strictly about the continuance, not about the project, whether you're for or against it, just basically the issue of a continuance if we so decide to grant that. So if there's anyone here, the following people I have listed who have filled out a form are Linda Baker, Dennis West, Cindy Holler, George, looks like, forgive me, I can't read George Sellens, or Cellini, maybe?
Celery.
Celery,
Seleny, that's right.
celery.
And looks like Mr. Esposito or Mrs. Esposito. If you would like to address the issue of a continuance, feel free to come up, state your name.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. George Celery, 5231 Shoreline Circle in Sanford.
And feel free to remove your mask if
Oh,
you
I'm
want to
sorry.
do so we can hear better.
Okay. I do support the continuance. If the developer needs that time to resolve some things, then it would be great for us to also have more time to see how that turns out.
Okay. Anyone else from the names that I called already that wish to speak regarding a continuance? Is there anybody else here who filled or didn't fill out a form that wants to speak in regards to this continuance? Clint, do we have anybody on the virtual waiting room that has raised their hand to speak regarding a continuance on item
Yes, sir.
number 70?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you would bring the first one in. And it looks like I have a name of William Wills, is that correct?
That is correct. Can you hear me okay?
Mr. Wills, good afternoon. First and foremost, just to make sure that you're hearing everything, you are going to speak regarding a continuance on item number 70. You are not to be speaking in regards to support or not supporting the project. The applicant has requested a continuance. So do you want to speak in favor or against a continuance?
I would say I'm in favor of a continuance, and this is neither supporting or not supporting. If the developer or anybody would like to meet with some of the constituents, we're happy to do that as well between now and the next meeting.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Willis. Be well.
Thank you.
Clint, do we have anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, he has more people? Oh, I'm sorry.
Looks like we have Joseph Humphreys. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon and welcome. Are you calling in on item number 70?
Yes, sir, in reference to the continuation.
Correct. If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Joseph Humphreys, 883 Cardinal Point Cove, Sanford, Florida. And, I support the continuation.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Be well. Clint, do we have anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very kindly. Do we have anyone else in the audience on item number 70, Novell Parkway large-scale future land use, to speak in regards to a continuance request on this item? Seeing none, I will go close the public hearing and go to the board action. This is Commissioner Carey's
Mr. Chairman.
district. Commissioner,
I have a question before the motion. I have a
Chairman, I'd
question.
like to motion to,
I have a question of
You got a
Mr.
question?
Moorhead, please.
we have a question from Mr. Moorhead. Mr. Moorhead?
Mr. Moorhead,
Yes.
I know that you asked for this after the designated time that you were allowed to do it. You did give a reason. The citizens have been very kind to agree with that. You said that there's a contractual. Are you saying that there's a possibility that you all may not go forward with this if the contract does not, if it not, whatever you're looking for is changed? I know you're not the owner, but you are representing them, and you're the only one here that I can ask, so.
Right, and I honestly don't know what the contractual issue is.
Will, then, my second question is, since they've been so kind as to agree with the continuance when we really didn't have to grant this, because it was later in the day, I just want some assurance that you will be talking with them over the course of the time until we come back and see if you can work out some of the concerns that they have.
Yes, sir, we can reach out again. We did send out mailers previously, and we had 0, basically, people calling us, but we will reach out.
I mean, you see in the audience, and there's a
Absolutely. No,
number
I
of
see it,
names
and I
that the
understand,
chairman.
But I want to
that-
make that clear,
and you-
that we had tried to do that previously, and nobody.
And you
bothered to
do
give us-
understand at the last meeting, before it was sent up to DOE, that there was a lot of concerns.
Absolutely.
So on the cusp of that, I would ask staff, we have the comment forms here with the detail of those individuals who are here to speak about this today. Would you be kind enough to make sure that the applicant gets copies so they can contact these folks,
Yes, sir.
so that they're aware of that? Okay. No further questions of the applicant or staff? Seeing none, we'll go to District Commissioner. Commissioner Carey, this is your district.
Chairman, I would move to continue the Novell Parkway large-scale future land use map amendment and PD zoning to the November 10th meeting.
Second. Motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Lockhart?
Aye.
Commissioner Delary?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes.
Commissioner Zembauer, yes. We have a unanimous decision for continuance. Thank you all very much for being here, and I would urge you all to get together as soon as you can. Thank you. Next item up, we will go to item 71. This is Bartram's Landing at St. John's SSLUA and PD rezone. This also has been asked for a continuance. So this is going to be Ms. Giles, if you would.
Yes, good afternoon. Joy Giles, Senior Planner for the Planning and Development Division. The applicant is requesting that the Bartram's Landing Small-Scale Land Use Amendment and Rezone be rescheduled to the November 10th BCC public hearing.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here, desire to make any statements? Mr. Moorhead, yes, again.
Chad Moorhead, Mad Moorhead and Stokes, 431 East Ratio Avenue. We requested this continuance. Luckily, we knew in advance, and so we requested it before the deadline. We heard a lot of stuff at Planning and Zoning. We're still trying to digest it all, and we'd like a few more weeks to go through that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I'm going
Constantine.
to ask a similar question here, Mr. Moorhead. At the Planning and Zoning Board, it was unanimous opposing this project. There is a great deal of concern on the flooding and everything about in and around this property and the properties that are near it. So again, I would ask that if we agree, you have asked within the time frame, but I'm asking you to please get to the homeowners and others that are concerned and try to work some concerns out before you come back. I would
Okay.
appreciate that.
I think we're willing to do that. It's the same issue. We sent out a mailer on this one as well, and I think we're willing to talk to the folks that are directly affected by the project adjacent to us.
And like I
think you'll have a
said,
lot of the same folks that are here to speak against this one as against Novel, even though they're about 5
the
miles apart.
concerns that they had at the Planning and Zoning Board were quite relevant to the times, and they were, that's why it was unanimously turned down. So I would really, for your sake, I think it's important that you sit down and talk to the citizens.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, question, Ms. Lockhart?
Well, I just, Mr. Moorhead, before you go away, I was noticing that some members of the community were not, I know, it's so frustrating. I feel like I'm looking at you through a fog.
Yeah.
There are some members from the community who I noticed shook their heads no, that they did not receive a notification. Can you explain to us how many notifications were sent and maybe how far away from the project to kind of get a sense of how far and wide that notification might have been sent?
We get the same, or, we get the list from the county for what the county requirement is for the mailings. I don't know off the top of my head how many of those were. I believe it's within 300 feet of the property, and we get those and mail those out.
Okay. Okay, and so I'm not going to direct this at you because that's not your fault, but we've talked about the notices before, so maybe that's something we need to talk about again,
Sure.
widening that scope.
And I think,
It's-
Mr. Chairman, I think both that is in the administrative procedures that we're talking about, as well as,
Right.
having a reason, not just asking for a delay, but having a reason in a proper time that has been delineated and gotten out. So both of those things hopefully will be changed soon in the administrative procedures.
Well, they met the time
Whoa,
frame
whoa,
for.
whoa, wait a minute, Commissioner Carey?
Let me just make sure there's not a misunderstanding there.
Hold on one
The-
second.
The issue of continuances, public hearing continuances, is proposed within the administrative policies that are going to come back to you at the next meeting. The distance, the notification for distance for rezonings or other activities, that's
Is it
in
in
the
the-
that's in the land development
Land
code.
development
That's a
code.
different.
Yeah, but it's still being changed. We're talking about it.
What we have we have talked about it, yes, that's correct. But it's not imminent. It's not in a package that's pending for your review. I
So
just want to make sure that's clear.
I just brought it up so we don't forget.
Good.
Yes.
Understood.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's a good brought up.
We're in
Okay.
agreement.
Any
Okay.
questions for the applicant, Commissioner Carey, before we go to public input?
No, but this request has been in for a number of days. I saw it I saw it last week, so this met all the requirements. I'll wait for the public, Mr. Chairman, and then I'm ready to make a motion for continuance.
Okay. Anyone here on item 71 that wishes to speak about a continuance? The folks I have is Tom Holler, Justin Frost, Cindy Holler, Crystal, looks like Marms, Tabitha Gabor or Graber. Looks like Esposito again. Looks like Pete Buse. Sorry if I killed that name, my apologies. George Sellens, Jim Sharp. Those are the individuals who filled out a form. If staff would be kind enough to make sure that the applicant gets copies of that as well. If any of you desire to make a statement, whether you're in favor or not in favor of the continuance, we'll start out asking you if you want to come to the podium. Is there anybody that wants to speak? Yes, sir. Please come down, state your name and address for the record.
My name's Pete Bulis. I live at 5376 Ohio Avenue. As you stated, Mr. Constantine, that this was unanimously rejected by the review board prior to this.
Mr. Buis, we're here to talk
So,
about a
well, no,
continuance
what
only.
I'm
Let's
at-
not get into whether it was
That's what
approved or
I'm
not
going to ask. If he
approved.
says that he will contact us and keep us in the loop from those, he said he sent out mailers. We didn't get anything. But if he will take those addresses and keep us in the loop, then I'll support. If he will admit and will do that, then I'll go along with him.
Okay, great, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Selleck? Come on down, George.
Yep, George Sellery, 5231 Shoreline Circle in Sanford. I totally support the request for a continuance, and I want to thank Commissioner Lockhart for asking the question about the notification. I mean, if you go to that area 300 feet, I think 2 people or 3 people might get it, and it's a bigger sphere of influence. So thank you again, and I think definitely we support that continuance.
Okay,
Thank you, George.
thank you. Anyone else that desires to speak on a continuance? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Justin Frost, 4847 Ohio Avenue, and we are about 400 feet from the property. So my question before making a decision is...
You're either against or for continuance is what we're here to
Correct,
talk
yes.
about.
I'm against, it depends on the question, on the continuance.
The
So-
continuance is to continue the project to a later date.
Correct. Would these commissioners still be the ones at the table that is knowledgeable to make that decision on the November 10th?
I can't speak to that because, as you know, there's an election on November 3rd,
Okay.
so I can't speak to that.
But
Well, this current commission will still be seated
Yes.
until midnight on November 16th.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to
yes,
confirm.
we will be here. It'll
Right.
be the
Okay.
5 of us.
I just want to make sure, because y'all are the ones that are educated and have been educated in years to make sure that's what's best for the community and the development that's been going on, positive, or if people oppose the situation. So I just wanted to make sure that the professionals that are sitting here before us today and on Zoom, to make sure that they are going to be the ones having a seat at the table versus somebody new coming in that's only been on board for 30 days. My question is, what are the chances of this being postponed again after the November 10th deadline, or the November 10th meeting?
They would have to come back again. and
They've got to
ask.
come ask for another continuance.
And that's possible, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I can't speak to what they have going on or what their legal ramifications might be, but
Okay.
they have that opportunity.
Based on the
Mr.
committee
Chairman,
meeting,
my motion will be to continue to November the 11th, or November the 10th. So if they want to have another continuance, they would have to do that in advance.
Okay. So,
I
Mr. Frost, so
am-
you're in favor or against
I am against
a
that
continuation?
request
Okay.
due to the committee's results, and I don't think nothing will change between the 30 days of what that professional committee's decision had made.
Okay,
Thank you.
great, thank you. Anyone else that wants to speak in regards to a continuance? Clint, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bring the first one in, please.
Hello again. Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Mr. Wills again. How are you this afternoon? Long time no
I'm
see.
doing okay. I'm sitting in a car, so okay, I guess. Air conditioned.
Your,
I
your,
am in
your name
support-
and address for the record, just so we get it on the record,
Oh,
sir.
sure. You bet. It's 495 Still Forest Terrace. That's Sanford, Florida. And
Okay.
Two quick parts. One, I'm in support of the continuance.
Okay.
The second thing is just in the commentary regarding the mailers and all that, I just want to reinforce what Amy Lockhart said. I did not get any mailer for the Novel Parkway or otherwise because it's 300 feet and that's probably in the middle of Wilson Road. So if there's something we can do for both of these projects to make sure that we can provide contact information to the developers so they can send it to the appropriate people, I would certainly appreciate that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wills. Be well.
Mr. Chairman.
Clint,
I
well, hold on a minute,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Sure.
Clint, do we have any other callers?
I just wanted to answer his question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you'd bring, oh, Mr. Humphreys again. If you'll bring Mr. Humphreys again in.
Okay.
Good
I
afternoon,
think I'm
Mr.
there.
Humphreys. Your name and address for the record again, please.
Yeah, Joseph Humphreys, 883 Cardinal Point Cove, Sanford, Florida. I stand to support the request for continuance contingent upon what was previously discussed is an outreach to those residents that will be directly impacted by this. And that includes, obviously, contact with people that in some cases might live, in the case of the gentleman that you just heard, 400 feet away. That's been there's the theoretical and reality of dealing with this stuff. And I remind the commission that when the conversations on 46A and Reinhardt about Michigan left-hand turns, the same notification process was done, and that included notification to the cemetery, the liquor store, and I think the bank. And I think also land owned by the DOT. So just because you're notifying the people that live within 300 feet of the property doesn't mean that you're reaching out to all of those that are either positively or negatively impacted. And then when you have people like myself who own real estate in trust, that doesn't always come directly to me. Sometimes it goes to trustees, and it takes a while for it to get through to the owners. So at which point you then find out that, oh, the hearing was already had and I missed it. So I appreciate the Commissioner Lockhart and Commissioner Constantine for raising that issue. I think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed in how we grow going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Clint, do we have any others in the virtual waiting area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please bring them in. Looks like we have Patricia Czar. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would, your name and address for the record, and you're speaking in regards to item 71, Bartram Landing, and let us know whether you are in favor or against a continuance.
Hi, it's Patricia Adzar, 5395 Ohio Avenue, Sanford, Florida, 32771. I am supporting the continuance if we are contacted as a person that lives in the surrounding area. What happens at Bartram's affects where I live as well. And also, I would like to be contacted by the person that is heading the Nobel project for the same reasons.
Okay? Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Be well.
Thank you.
Clint, is there anyone else in the virtual waiting area?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none there, we will close the pub. Are you here to speak on item number 71? Yes. In regards to the continuance request? Yes, please, if you're here to speak about the continuance, yes.
Okay, so.
And your name and
Wafa
address for the record?
Yeah, 5040 Hawks Hammock Way,
And your name?
Wafa Esposito. So, this 300 feet rule, once upon a time when it used to be a rural area, we've been impacted tax-wise. We should have a say when it comes to something as big as thousands of units or flooding. And a note goes to 3 neighbors. One of them is the landlord, the landowner.
Well, Ms. Esposito, we will address that here in just a moment as a board, but are you in favor or against the continuance?
No, we are in favor. We want to show goodwill.
Sure.
I mean, this is to work out. That's the whole purpose, okay? But my thing is, when is going to be a change? So for the future, anything happens can get the community participation. You cannot call a community participation within 300 feet in any topic. So I don't know, is this rule is going to change? Is it so hard to contact within a mile? Like, is it too much?
We're going to try to address that question. It's been asked, I think, 4 times, but we're going to try to get to that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Hammack to come up in a minute
Thank you.
and explain that.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Clint? No one else in the room to speak on item number 71 on a continuance? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Go ahead, Ms. Hammack. Can you talk to us about the notification guidelines?
Sure. So the courtesy notices is a requirement of the comprehensive plan, and it does say 300 feet. However, the last time this discussion came up, we did change our procedures so that we are actually going out 500 feet in an abundance of caution. And then the board had also asked us to look at, like, kind of on a case-by-case basis, if we have a project that's near large acreage pieces, to go out further. So in this case, we actually asked GIS to go out 1,000 feet. So I'm not sure if people didn't receive the county's notice, or...
So is it my understanding that you're telling us notification did go out 1,000 feet or should have gone out 1,000 feet?
Yeah, so I will verify that and see how many people were notified, but GIS provided us a list that we do the notifications on based on 1,000 foot.
Sure. So that's 1,000 foot in the entire, surrounding the entire project?
Yeah, from the...
So
yes.
1,000 feet this way, 1,000 feet that way, 1,000 feet that way, and everywhere around.
Correct.
So I guess the question to my fellow board members is, how far do you believe is the right number?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner
You know,
Costello?
I mean, what I think we all intended when we did this, and this is an issue that has continued to come up, and we've been asking for guidance. I know you changed it to 500 for this one or 1,000 for this one, but once again we should have a set number. If it's 500 feet, we talked about it being too far, too many people in some cases, but we also asked, and this obviously is an occasion, that it needs to be done on a case-by-case basis. If this property is going to affect a number of things, as Mr. Sellery said, because of traffic or whatever, we have to have extenuating circumstances. And so I don't think a hard and fast number is ever going to be sufficient for the various and different types of projects that we have. But I do believe that if we need to set this in stone going forward, I think we need to do it, because we've always seem to have this problem. I think we need to do it sooner, and I know it's one of the things in the hopper for for changes, but maybe this is one that we need to move up quicker.
And we can, and we did adjust. I would also like to mention that we also use social media. We use Nextdoor to also try to get the word out. So I just want you to know we are trying to meet, we know it's a concern of yours, and not making excuses that we absolutely need to get it put in the land development code. But I just want you to be aware that staff is making an effort to go beyond what the code actually requires.
Thank you.
And we're certainly open to other suggestions and a better way to get the word out. But we're trying to use the tools we've got.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rebecca, are you stating that the notice went out 1,000 feet?
Yes, we actually requested the addresses from GIS for 1,000 feet,
Okay.
but I'll have to verify and get it.
So then my next question is to Mr. Chipak. Paul, is there any issues with putting out the notice again for another 1,000, for that same 1,000 feet?
It's not specifically required. The mailed notices are courtesy notices and not required by any state statute specifically. If it's the will of the board to do that, it's within your jurisdiction to direct staff to do so.
Okay. Since we're asking for continuance, there's no reason why we shouldn't do it again. Make sure everybody gets it.
And I will say that we normally staff, when there is a continuance, we won't re-advertise the paper, we won't put it in the paper again, but we do put the placards, we repost the placards and send out the courtesy notices again.
So we do send out that notice, the courtesy notice again?
Yes, we
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
I want to make sure that staff gets copies of speaker forms to give to the applicant. And before we go to the district commissioner to move on action, I'd like to see hands in the audience. How many, on both of these projects, how many live within one block of this project? how many live within 2 blocks? Well, a city block,
600 feet, 600 feet.
5 acres. How many live 5 acres away from this?
No, within.
I'll tell you.
Okay. How far do you live from the project, Ms. Esposito?
I have an aerial photo here.
I mean, just approximately. It doesn't have to be, I mean, are they your next door neighbor or are they 5 neighbors over?
A mile off Orange, that's where we are.
So you're a mile from this project?
Yes.
Okay. So how many are, let's say, a quarter of a mile from this project? How many are half a mile? How many are 1 mile? How many more than 1 mile? So everybody is within 1 mile of this project? I guess it's a fair analogy? Okay. All right, just curious. Oh, you want to say something because you're further away?
She needs to come
Mr. Chairman,
up.
can you ask her to come down so I can hear her?
Give us your name
Sorry
and
to
address.
throw my arms at you.
But we
It's
saw
Crystal.
you, so it's good.
It's Crystal Marmo. It's 1511 North New York Street in Sanford. I guess my concern would be, when you say 300 feet, 500 feet, you're talking about Sanford Farms. We all have
Understood.
acreage.
I understand.
The front of my house is more than 1,000 feet.
Understood.
So I could be right next door to it. So when you're
Uh,
talking about changing zoning for a community, the community
Right.
should be the ones that are getting the notices.
That's
Understood.
why
That
we're
would be my
asking for
suggestion.
extenuating circumstances each time.
Exactly.
Right.
No, we get that. I was just trying to see
Yeah,
and
so, I
understand.
mean, just moving forward for us, because you guys see us a lot. You're going to continue to see us a lot. That would be my suggestion to you is, it's a community that you're changing, so the community should have an involvement, not just 300 feet from it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was
All
it.
right, thank you.
Thanks, Crystal.
Okay. This is Commissioner Carey's district. Commissioner Carey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments before I make my motion. One is, I
You'll
think
have to
we
move
absolutely-
closer, Commissioner. Again, your volume's really low.
Okay, well, my volume hadn't changed. So in the land development code, we absolutely need a distance, a set distance, so that the development community knows what the expectation is. I would agree that if you say it's 1,000 feet and that hits the corner of Sanford Farms, then hopefully everybody at Sanford Farms would get a notice. Or if they have an HOA, that the HOA would definitely be noticed, and we have that information. But in addition to the paper notifications, which is, Mr. Chipak said, is not any requirement in any state statute or any law, we put this on our agenda. It's on our website. They use social media. They use the Nextdoor Neighbor app to try to get the word out. So I think that we're doing a lot to try to get the word out. And so on these 2 particular cases, obviously you've asked and the applicant representative has agreed to notify all of the people who have spoken on this issue. And, you know, if you're a small city, you can notify everybody in the city. But when you're a county, I mean, we really need to have some boundaries. So I just wanted those comments to be on the record from my perspective. So based on the request for continuance, I would move that Bertram's Landing at St. John's, SSLUA, and PD rezone be continued till the November 10th board meeting.
Okay, we have
Is
a
that
motion.
with notification to everyone again?
Yes, and
As they
our
agreed to
staff-
do?
Our staff also said that when they repost the placards, that they'll send the notification as well. So, yes, that does include that and the comments I made before I made the motion.
1,000 feet notification. I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second. Any further discussion by the board? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll call roll. Commissioner Lockhart?
Aye.
Commissioner Delory?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes.
Commissioner Zembauer, yes. Item 71 is continued. Thank you all very much. We will now, and and we apologize for putting you all down the list on 68 and 69. We will go back up to item 68, which is Hidden Oak subdivision, large-scale future land use amendment and PD rezone. This is going to be Mr. Matt Davidson. If you're ready, Mr. Davidson, again, our apologies for taking you out of sequence, but we appreciate your patience.
Understood. Matt Davidson, Planning and Development Division. The applicant is requesting a large-scale future land use map amendment from low-density residential and industrial to low-density residential and a rezone from A1 and M1 to PD plan development in order to develop the subject property as a single-family residential subdivision with a maximum density of 4 dwelling units per net buildable acre. The large-scale future land use map amendment was transmitted by the board to state and regional review agencies on September 22nd, 2020. Based on the discussion at that meeting, the applicant has revised the proposed access for the development from Midway Drive to South Lane in order to have the least impact to the existing community. Staff does not recommend access from South Lane, which is a 30-foot right-of-way that would not allow sufficient area for the installation of sidewalks and to meet roadside clear zone standards. At the request of the residents along Thomas Stable Road, the applicant has added a 6-foot privacy fence to the proposed 10-foot landscape buffer along the eastern perimeter. The DO that is in your agenda packet is actually incorrect in that it states that the fence will be provided along the western perimeter. That should state the eastern perimeter, and staff has made a correction to that and sent up a revised development order to the chairman's office. A 10-foot landscape buffer will be provided along the western perimeter with no fence, and a 25-foot landscape buffer with a 6-foot masonry wall will be provided along the southern perimeter adjacent to the CSX right-of-way. Staff verified that the project is not in a CDBG area of the county. Staff has received direction from the county attorney's office that the BCC has the authority to grant hardship waivers on a case-by-case basis to the requirement of mandatory connection to water service when that water service becomes quote-unquote available. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on October 7th, 2020 and voted unanimously to recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the proposed rezone with a revised master development plan showing the access from South Lane. Staff has received response letters from the state and regional review agencies involved in the future land use amendment transmittal. Staff technical recommendations for construction standards were provided by FWC that will be incorporated into the final engineering review if the project moves forward. Approximately half of the subject property is already designated low-density residential. Proposed future land use amendment would allow for a maximum residential density of 4 dwelling units per net buildable acre, which would provide an appropriate transition from the surrounding medium-density residential and industrial future land use designations. Staff finds the proposed low-density residential future land use designation to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the trend of development in the area. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners adopt the proposed ordinance enacting a large-scale future land use map amendment from low-density residential and industrial to low-density residential, and adopt the associated ordinance enacting a rezone from A1 and M1 to PD, and approve the associated development order and master development plan for 31.52 acres located approximately 1,000 feet southeast of North Ronald Reagan Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davison. Any questions for Mr. Davison? I do have one. If you could just, for the public's benefit, talk about the hardship connection portion of that a little bit more in detail, what that really means.
Well, if the project does move forward and based on the applicant's design for their utility corridor, if water and sewer meet the definition of the comp plan and the Florida statutes for available,
right,
then they would be required to connect to the water. Most likely not the sewer, because that would have to be a gravity sewer in front of their property. So the county attorney's office has weighed in and let us know that the board does have the ability to grant a hardship waiver on a case-by-case basis on the requirement of mandatory connection of water service when it becomes available. So it would have to be at that point.
So just to be clear, what we're hearing is, once that becomes available, that service becomes available to those residents that would be required under the future land use and our comp plan to connect, If they wanted a waiver to claim a hardship, they would have to do that property owner by property owner in order to make the request.
Correct, that's my
Correct?
understanding.
Just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Wanted to make sure that was, the audience heard that and the public heard that, so they understood that in depth. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
No further questions.
If the
Commissioner
county
Lockhart?
attorney's office would be interested in expanding on that?
Sure.
No.
Yes, for the record, Paul Chipok, Deputy
Paul, if you
County
could
Attorney.
bring the mic a little closer to you.
Okay. For the record, Paul Chipok, Deputy County Attorney. The definition of available means that the water line is within so many feet of the property. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head. I think it's within 1,000 feet.
150.
150.
Okay, much better. So when it does become available, under our bond covenants, it's required that properties that have the service available are required to hook up. But the bond covenants do specifically state that at your discretion, on a hardship case-by-case basis, you can grant a waiver to that. They have to hook up within a reasonable period of time. That reasonable period of time is within your discretion. We have sketched out some preliminary policies that we forwarded to staff, which we can flesh out and bring back to you. So rather than being totally ad hoc, we would have some standards to apply in this situation. It doesn't have to be decided today, but it will come back to you within a reasonable period of time, no pun intended, for action of the board to set forth the conditions which would be for consideration of establishing that hardship.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Good. All right, thank you. Is the applicant present and clear to give a presentation? Mr. Daly, if you'd be so kind to indulge us.
I will do my best.
And feel free to remove your mask so we can hear you and everybody gets to hear you well.
I have a PowerPoint presentation that he's going to pull up, but
Okay.
we were here before this board.
Give us your name and address
I'm
for the
sorry,
record.
Thomas Daly, Daly Design Group, 913 North Pennsylvania Avenue, Winter Park, Florida, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. This is a project that came before you, I believe, on the 27th of September. That was for a transmittal hearing to go up to DCA. That transmittal was to take the southern half of the property, which you can see is more of the wooded portion, and change that future land use from industrial to low-density residential. At that time, we had talked about access not being available to the industrial portion of the property. This board transmitted that up to the state, and the state came back with no objections. And so during that time, when we were applying for that, we had applied for a rezoning at the same time. And the Planning and Zoning Commission had felt that they wanted more information about the access to this property, and so they continued it. This board voted on the transmittal, and now both are coming back to you, both zoning and transmittal, or adoption, excuse me. We did have a hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission on October 7th. I think Matt told you that we had a recommendation for unanimous approval. But when it was good that we came forward to this board for transmittal, because it gave us the opportunity to talk about some of the non-comprehensive plan issues. And if you recall, there were a number of issues about what is the best access point for this property. The utility issue, it gave your staff and your legal department time to evaluate it rather than being standing here with one final hearing. It gave us the opportunity to reach out to the folks that live there. Now, not to get too far in the weeds, we sent 63 notices out. All those addresses were sent to us by staff. I believe that was roughly 1,000 people. We did not receive any responses back, okay? Which is not uncommon in this situation. The COVID situation has put all of us out here, including the residents, at a grave disadvantage of communication. Typically, we would be putting letters out, we'd be renting the school, we'd be renting the church, everybody tell everybody, and then we'd spend 2 or 3 hours talking about this project, working through, and I'm not talking about this specific, I'm talking in general. Well, we send letters out, we put our email address on, we say, hey, here's the county email address, here's Matt's address. And that's really all we can do. We don't have phone numbers, we don't have email addresses, we have no other way of contacting. In this particular case, many of them, the folks that live there, rent. So I am sending letters to the trust in Deltona and all these various different landowners. So the communication is a hardship for all of us. And whatever this county can do to help facilitate that, whether that be utilizing your technical abilities with Zoom meetings or the facilities that you have here, if it's safe, I don't have an answer. But I can tell you that the residents and the applicants are at a disadvantage of communicating with each other, given the current situation, and it looks like we're going to be in that situation for at least a little bit longer. So whatever the county can come up with as a way of facilitating us, I think everybody would greatly appreciate it, not just notifications. Anyway, back to my hearing.
I was going to say.
Well, I'm sitting here listening,
Please,
I'm going,
please.
yeah, you know. Anyway, we're asking for a PD zoning, and I think we had talked before. You can see north of us is a project called Cadence Park. It's under construction. It has 95 units. We matched the lot sizes, density, buffering of Cadence Park. Our property is 31 acres. It's a little bit bigger than that, but all of the development standards that were incorporated into that one are being incorporated into this one, with the exception that the Cadence Park project had just a landscape buffer adjacent to the properties on Thomas Stable. We did hear back from the folks on Thomas Stable, concerned about people coming off, just walking their dogs and coming into their area. And so, like Matt said, between the last hearing we had and now, we have committed to putting up a fence along the eastern property boundary. At the same time, at the hearing we had before, Commissioner Delary, I think, was the one that brought up that the railroad is actually an active railroad.
It is.
And we were not aware of that. So we've incorporated a 6-foot concrete wall in addition to our landscape buffering along that portion, that southern portion of the property. There's no buffer to the north because we're backing up single-family lots to single-family lots. And then we also have a 10-foot landscape buffer along the west side of the property, some of which is a county right-of-way, some of which is woods. But we're incorporating that into it. Getting back to access. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. This is just the current future land use, so current zoning. PD is what's north of us. We're right now agriculture and industrial. Again, we're asking for the green and the gray in our property to be all incorporated into one plan development. If you can go to the next one, please. This is the property. It has a wetland, a conservation area in the center of it. You can see the most of the property in the light yellow is the lot sizes that are 50 foot by 120 foot. The darker orange color on the right side, east side, the lots are bigger. They're 75 foot wide, which is the exact same buffering technique that Cadence Park did. And so let's talk about the access. When we were here before, we were proposing to have a relatively convoluted access between 3 roads, Avalona, Midway, and Bryan. It affected many and a majority of the property owners in the area. We heard from this board that we should explore other options. And so we believe that the southern access, the one that's highlighted there, is probably the most direct and the least impactful to the community. There's a little pink spot right there in the middle of that green ribbon that runs north and south. That is a drainage, I'll call it a drainage way. There's no easement. It's a ditch, kind of woods, but everything drains from Ronald Reagan all the way south in that area. in this area, all the way underneath the tracks and ultimately to Spring Hammock. That pink area is the only existing crossing, road crossing. It's called South Lane. We heard at our Planning Commission hearing and through other discussions that there was some flooding issues out in this community. And as you know, this existing Midway Park was not designed to any stormwater standards, but there is a crossing, there is pipes under that crossing, and it's our understanding that these pipes are kind of small. And so by utilizing South Lane, we're able to reconstruct those pipes and allow more water to flow away from this community. Our drainage all goes south of South Lane. That's where our outfall is. So this is not something that our drainage will, impact the Midway Park, but certainly by using the South Lane corridor, it gives us the opportunity to really, if it's a 36-inch pipe, it gives us the opportunity to put two 36-inch pipes in. It really gives us the chance to maybe help alleviate an existing problem out there. So, could you go to the next slide, please? So this is the corridor that we have selected. We are still willing to use the Midway corridor and the Avalona and the Bryant Street, but we think this is the best one. The issue is that we have 50-foot of right-of-way coming off of Ronald Reagan, and when it turns and heads to the right, to the east, it becomes a 30-foot right-of-way. County standards, 47 feet, 50 feet right-of-way. So I believe, I can't remember if it was Commissioner Lockhart or Commissioner Carey at the time, at the last hearing, asked, well, aren't there other roads that have 30-foot right-of-way that are built in the county? So we looked. Can you go to the next one, please? I'm sorry, these are the typical sections that we presented to your staff for review. These actual road sections are part of the development agreement or development order. The only thing that they don't show is sidewalks. And that's because there's no existing sidewalks out there. There's not enough room to put a sidewalk in a 30-foot right-of-way, and there's no place to really walk to because this is not near any commercial hub or any employment center or anything on Ronald Reagan. And the residents that we heard said that they really don't want a lot of sidewalks in this area. They're happy with the current configuration. So now could you go to the next one? So anyways, I took a look and said, where in the county is there a project that's accessed with a 30-foot right-of-way? And it wasn't really hard to find. This is Astor Farms. 275 lots accessed off of Maryland Avenue, which is a 30-foot right-of-way. In this case, it's a quarter-mile drag strip. Ours is 600 feet. Can you go to the next one, please? There it is. There's a public road in a 30-foot right-of-way. Now, the fencing, if you go out there, it looks like the developer of Astor Farms was able to get easements or something from the adjacent landowners to put some fencing on both sides. That we're hopeful that we can do the same thing, and that's addressed in your development order. But you can do it. There it is. And that was just one instance. I'm sure there's many, many more in the county. Maybe not as nice as this, but so we believe that we're not breaking the rules, we're not setting the rules, we're not creating the new widget. And again, that's 275 lots. We have 109. So it's half. And it's half as long, too. Not even half as
Mr. Daly, how much longer do you believe you're going to need?
long. Just a couple of minutes, sir.
Okay, let's try to wrap it up, if you
I'm
would
sorry.
be.
I'm sorry. Go ahead to the next one, please. And my last slide.
Great.
So anyways, I apologize for that. Anyways, the plan development zoning is what we are requesting here, along with the adoption of the future land use. We think it's compatible with what surrounding development. We think it's compatible with the development trends in this area. It's infill. And we believe that we've come up with a pretty good solution for access. Again, if this board doesn't feel that is the appropriate measure, then we will be utilizing our legal access of Midway, which is a 50-foot right-of-way. So our approval is not contingent upon South Lane, but our approval is requesting that you strongly consider that as our main point of ingress and egress. The end.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? I do, just for clarification.
Sure.
Since this is my district. When you talk about the two 36-inch pipes and your ability to help the flow of the water coming not off of your property, but off others, but your road's going to go across there. So I just want to be clear. So you are going to incur the expense of helping alleviate that at that crossing,
Yes, sir.
at that ditch area?
And I
Okay.
use 36 inch as an example.
Sure.
There's one existing 36-inch pipe there.
Okay.
It's
All right.
obviously not big enough.
Just want to make sure we have on the record that you've
We
committed
will pay for
to
it.
assist with that issue. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Stand by. We're going to go to public comment. Clint, do we have anyone in the virtual room holding?
No, sir.
Okay, then I will go to those that are here present today. I have a Paul Dobo. Paul, if you would come up, please. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. If you would give us your full name and address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Paul Dobo at 5137 Bryant Avenue. It sounds good that they're going down South Lane, which is really nice. The drainage down there, they just redid that maybe 5 or 6 years ago, not because of flooding, but because it was old and it got washed away. It was not a flooding issue as far as everybody's backyards got flooded, it got washed out. I'm just more concerned about the traffic and the street signs on Bryant Avenue. Is there gonna be any street signs, speed limit signs, or anything like that? Because I really don't care to have one in my front yard.
Staff, if you could put the sign, or if you put the documents back up that Mr. Daly had, so we can make sure that everybody sees that for the record. If you would bring the road access up. Okay. So your question, sir, if you feel free, your question is there going to be any signage along this road?
On Bryant Avenue, as far as speed limit signs, stop sign, new stop signs being put up, and is there gonna be any flooding issue on Bryant Avenue because of the construction on South Lane?
I will ask the developer that. We'll ask the applicant that. I'm not sure we can answer that in today's, but we'll see what we can do about getting your answers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next individual looks like Mary Ann and Robert Elliott. One of you come up, or both, share the time, whatever you'd like. Feel free to come up together, it's okay.
You'll each get 3 minutes.
I'm Mary Ann Elliott, and I live at 2815 South Lane. If you could bring that up, we are the property that is adjacent to the developing land.
If you could bring that document back up.
I think it's the very first one, not that one, one before that.
Okay, there's South Lane.
That, where the ditch, creek, whatever you want to call that,
Okay.
that property there that runs alongside that is where we live,
Okay,
and it's wetlands.
okay.
Hurricane Irma took out the road, and so we had no access of getting in or out. The man that owns the property allowed us to go through his pasture to get out of the road, to get out onto civilization. But until they put that road back, we had no road across. We were told we couldn't go across Midway, and we were told we couldn't go across Avalon. So I don't know how they can make access to this other than South Lane. And it's a lane, it's not a road. It's just a little small lane.
One car, 2 cars can't go up and down it.
And right now, this land is pasture. So when we have a hard rain, the water seeps down into the ground. The same with our yard, it seeps down into the ground. But if this land is paved, that water is going to come across our land down to the ditch, the creek, whatever you want to call that.
It's gonna just
So
flood it.
it's going to really destroy our property. Not to mention how much right-of-way they're going to take away from our land for the road.
You already took right-of-way away, for your drainage thing up on Ronald Reagan. You went ahead and run the pipes down to my property. And at the time, I was told, the contractor told me that you already, you tore down the buildings, there was there, you tore down the fence. And the contractor said that you was on my property and I should take you to court. But I just decided I wasn't gonna do anything about it.
And the
now-
fence was never put back. Our fence was torn down. I think
Building
it's
wasn't
rolled
put
up
back, no.
back in the woods there.
How long ago was that?
It's 2000.
Oh, okay. 20 years ago?
Not when they put the drainage through, I'll guess and say about 2005.
Okay. All right.
And when the road went out, we had sand over on our property. The county said they were gonna come down and take the sand off my property. I never seen them down there. I went out there with a shovel and I leveled it off so I could run over my yard with a lawnmower. And the other deal is the ditch that goes down through there. They cleaned it all out down as far as South Lane. They told me they were coming back on Monday to clean it out again and go on down over my property, and I never seen them.
Okay.
And when the road went out, the guy that came down there, supervisor of Seminole County, came down there and he said he was gonna drench the ditch out so the water wouldn't come up my yard anymore, and they never came down.
On South Lane?
That's,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
They came down as far as South Lane, but they never drained, took the ditch out or anything like that. They never drained it out. So now it's got all the other stuff that came from up the road, that tore the road out. And it's down that, in that creek.
Okay. All righty. Anything else to add in regards to this applicant's request?
Well, it just seems so every time I turn around, the county wants to take part of my property away.
Okay. We'll see if we can get you some answers on that.
They want to put a road down through there, they're gonna tear up my property again.
Sure.
I mean, when I moved there, they put, I complained about it, and they told me it was my road, and they had nothing to do with it, but they come down, they put blacktop in, and I got them to slope it so that the water would go down into the creek instead of going in my front yard.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much for your time this afternoon.
Got his name and address for the record? No.
All right. I have no other speaker forms. Is there anyone else here that desires to speak on this application? Okay. If you folks would fill out a form. Sir, if you've got a form, if you'd bring that up. We don't have a clerk over there.
Just give it to,
Just,
give it right up there.
just drop it over here, it'd be great.
Other side, other side.
I filled out a form, they seem to have lost it, so I wanted to make sure.
Don't y'all lose that man's form. Good afternoon, sir. Your name and address for the record?
My name's Adam Jackson. I live at 5114 Sunnyside Avenue. I'm opposed to the project getting placed on Midway Drive. It will just completely decimate the area. The traffic that'll flow through there will ruin the quiet little neighborhood. The route with the least impact would be South Street, which only has 8 homes on it. Midway Drive has approximately 18 homes on it. I do believe that the property value would go up if they put this new subdivision in, as long as they do not impede the flow of water, so it doesn't ruin my neighbor's property. He's already been put out a lot. Mr. Ruhr has worked with our community the best he can and is still doing his best to work with the community to try and make everybody in this situation happy. There's not a good way for this to happen, but I believe the man has access to his property and he should. My question to the board would be, what would be his access point if it wasn't turned from industrial? If it was kept as industrial, what would be the access point? My next question is about the water connection, which I was informed that y'all will have the ability to waive for a hardship connection fee. I found it was in section 5.11, but I couldn't find any specifics about that. And I would really like to know more about it, if you could point me in the right direction so I could educate myself, or maybe explain it a little bit more. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, sir. On that note, I would ask staff, I think we've already covered the access issue that legal is working on, or will be putting together a procedure to arrive at how that is requested. Is that correct, County
For the
Attorney?
waivers of the water connection, yes.
Correct. Yes, okay. All right, the folks that are here, please, are you together, or you want to go one at a time? Together. Okay, come on up. Y'all are husband and wife? Yes. Welcome. Same household, just get up there and get cozy.
You can go, put it right there on the desk, and I'll grab it from you.
We'll let the boss decide which one's going first.
He just told me I was.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Jean Rhodes, and we live at 2851 Avalona Drive. We're not at the access point. We're back further by the creek. It's a creek. It's not a ditch or anything like that. It's a creek that goes from St. Johns River all the way down back to Lake Jessup. What is it?
Can the staff put that map back up of the drainage, or that creek, or whatever we're going to
But
call
it's a
it?
creek, and as far as Sunnyside goes, that is a little narrow, one-car road for people to be able to go down there. There's no way you can do two cars down there.
On Sunnyside?
And for this,
You mean south?
south side? Okay. And for this gentleman to be able to have more of his property taken away, that's just crazy. But what I want to say is, there's no way that they're even gonna come in off of Ronald Reagan onto Garden and go up that way. They're gonna come in off of Garden, go up that way, but they're also gonna come in off of Avalona. And they'll come in off of Bryant. And we're talking 1,000 cars or more to this little bitty community. And they were going to have to do a whole lot more work than what they're saying that they're going to have to do in order for that community to be able to handle all the traffic and everything else coming in and out of there.
My name is Gary Rhodes, 2851 Avalona Drive, Sanford. I just want to say that I feel for the gentleman that bought the property, but he should have done his research a little bit better instead of assuming he's going to build houses and go through a small community such as ours. And if they do paving the roads and beautifying, that means property tax is going to go up, homeowners association fees is going to come in, and
Having to tie into the water.
everybody in that neighborhood is either on a fixed income or retired, which is basically the same thing, low-income properties. And if they start adding all this on, plus, there's no way that our little community can handle that much traffic. We have a hard time getting out of our neighborhood with Ronald Reagan's traffic early in the morning, people going to Orlando, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, people coming back from Orlando. It's almost impossible to get in and out of there as it is. And I just feel that we was all taken by surprise by this development. And they should have thought about it. That's why Candace Park is a gated community. And then this developer decides to buy later and right behind Candace Park. But Candace Park's not going to allow their gated community to have access to another community. And I don't think our community can handle it, and that we shouldn't be involved in something like that. I think they need to leave our little neighborhood alone because of the flow of traffic. Thank you.
Thank you both. Be well. Do we have anyone else here in the chambers that wishes to speak in regards to this application? Seeing none. Clint, do we have anybody in the virtual room waiting?
No, sir.
All righty. Mr. Daly, do you wish to give a brief rebuttal?
Yes, sir. Just with regards to, I think Mr. Dobo and Gene and Gary, we're talking about, other road signs, things like that. We have not gone through that with staff, and we have not really discussed other things beyond the access corridor. And so we're certainly open to talking about things that maybe the county and ourselves, since we're out there, can look at to minimize impact and to improve quality of life. And we're more than willing to do that. With regards to the Elliots, we are not taking any land. Over time, I'm sure the exact location, physically, when you're out there, it's difficult to see where the 30-foot right-of-way is, but it's been there since 1926. And so we're not taking any more land. With regards to some of the things they were talking about, construction-related, we'd be more than happy to work with them if they would grant us easements to come in and clean up some of the things at that crossing, but that requires a cooperation with the Elliots, and I hope we can get their contact information. I'll try to get that today. And that's really all I have. I really would seek your support. We've worked hard.
So question, Mr. Daly, just to be clear, and I heard from some of the residents, the taking of property, taking easements, needing property. Just to be clear, on South Lane, the current width of the road, without me measuring it, seems to be somewhere around 11 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, give or take. But you have 30 feet there.
Correct. The county has 30 feet.
Correct.
That's right.
But I'm saying there's 30 feet there to put the roadway. Whether it's being utilized right at this moment or not is a whole different discussion.
That's
But
correct.
there's 30 feet there for the roadway to go.
Yes, sir.
It just happens to be only about 11 feet of it's being used right now, which is a pretty close whisker if two cars are trying to pass each other. There's no question about that. And so I'm going to ask staff in a moment to just verify that so that we have that on the public record. Any other questions of Mr. Daly? Commissioner Lockhart?
I also picked up on a comment, and forgive me for not remembering which neighbor it was that mentioned it, but something about feeling that they might be required to join an HOA. Are you, in any way, shape, or form, does this project impact them to have to join a community association?
No, it does not. They will not be part of the association.
Okay.
The only relationship we have with them is us utilizing the public roads and improving a portion of that.
Okay.
Commissioner Carey, you have a question? Commissioner Carey, go ahead.
Yeah. So, on South Lane, if, many times people believe that because it's in their yard and they're mowing it and those kind of things, that it's their land and not the county right away. I live in a development that has a private road. It's probably 20 to 22 feet wide. We're only 26 homes, but we don't have much traffic going around that road either. And certainly that's plenty of width. I know it's not preferred, and I know, the county would love for all roads to be built at, standard with curb and gutter and closed drainage and all those kind of things, but not every project has that kind of accessibility. So I think using South Lane, from the comments I've heard, from my familiarity with the area, makes more sense than using the other roads that could access this property. I also think that, again, people say it's a ditch, it's a creek. It's the Smith Canal that runs from Lake Jessup all the way to the river, and it goes all the way through the county, and it impacts a lot of neighborhoods in a lot of different ways. In some places it's a trickle, and in some places it's a pretty wide creek. So hopefully, certainly a residential use on this land, in my mind, versus the industrial that it's entitled to, would be much better for consistency with the neighborhood and the neighbors that live out there.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Daly? Seeing none, I would ask staff, maybe Mr. Dredge, to come forward. I have a question on South Lane.
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Dredge is coming up, I would like to submit my ex parte communications for all the public hearings into the public record.
Yes, my ex parte, if you would pass that down.
I will submit my ex parte electronically. Thank you.
My staff.
For the record, John Dredge, Public Work Director.
So have we verified the 30-foot roadway that we own out there?
To my understanding, talk to staff, we have 30 foot.
Okay. I thought when I looked on the map, it appeared to be there. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I have no further questions. Any questions, Mr. Dredge? Commissioner Delory?
Mr. Dredge, our standard is what, 50 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Why the extra 20 feet?
The minimum 50 feet for sidewalk, for drainage, and also utilities.
Okay,
That's
if
why
you
we
do-
have the minimum for 30
So
feet.
if you do away with the sidewalk, what do you got?
Well, you do away with the sidewalk, you're looking for areas still to be able for people to walk safely.
So it's almost like a safe haven if someone's on that road.
Right. Well, that's
what I think you told me at one point.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the county engineer? Thank you, Mr. Dredge. All right, we will close the public hearing portion, and we'll move to board action. This is my district. I will make the motion to approve Hidden Oak subdivision large-scale future land use map amendment and PD rezone. Consider a large-scale future land use map amendment from low-density residential and industrial to low-density residential and the associated rezone from A1 agricultural, M1 industrial to PD plan development for a 109 single-family residential subdivision on 31.52 acres located approximately 1,000 feet southeast of North Ronald Reagan Boulevard, with primary access along South Lane, with the commitment that the developer is going to cooperate in assisting with the flow of the wetlands on South Lane.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lockhart.
Second.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Delory?
I can't support this project for a couple of reasons. One is I see no evidence or testimony in our packet that the reason why we need to be getting rid of industrial property. We've heard from our staff over the past couple of years that industrial zone property is at a commodity, and that is truly used for the better future of the community, not just this community, but all of Seminole County. And I see no evidence yet that supports the need to remove industrial zoning. The other issue I have is the 30-foot access, and I think that is going to potentially be an issue, as well as the connection onto Ronald Reagan, and that's the reason why I cannot support this.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Go ahead, let her go.
Commissioner Carey, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to clarify, and maybe staff should answer this rather than Commissioner Nawari, but if this property remains industrial, I mean, there's a place for industrial to be, but isn't there access going to have to be through one of these small residential roads?
Staff want to come up, one of the staff members, Mr. Davidson?
Yes,
The question,
the portion of the property that has the industrial land use on it, its only legal access currently is down South Lane or Midway.
so there you go.
So you're going to put industrial traffic on a small, 30-foot right of way. That just doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I just wanted to clarify and make sure I understood the development.
We have
Well.
difference of opinions, and that's why we're all up here. We have difference of
Yeah,
opinions.
so the reason I'm going to support this, I tend to concur with Commissioner Laurie as far as getting rid of industrial and commercial property, which is at a premium in this county. And I think the last count, we've got like 2% or less remaining, is the trend in this area. This is not the best place for industrial, what's happened through the years. Industrial means you could have anything from a body shop to auto repair to a battery store, right in a residential, basically residential area, as well as having big commercial trucks coming in and out on Midway, which is exactly what we've heard the residents say that they really don't want. They don't want any traffic at all. They certainly would not be happy with commercial flatbed trucks or 18-wheelers trying to come and go on Midway. So that's the reason I would support converting this to a low-density residential from an industrial-type setting. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Constantine.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I understand where Commissioner Delory is coming from, because in most cases, I would be exactly the same way when it comes to industrial zoning. We are too cavalier many times in eliminating that. In this case, however, just as the chairman indicated, the 30-foot right-of-way concerns me in having that access going there for commercial and industrial development. And I do have concerns about the density, although I do believe that it would be better to have a housing development there than industrial. But the motion was up to 109, not 109. And I think that when we're looking at all of the engineering, that number will probably be lowered. And it's still well below the 4 units per acre of the 31 acres that are there. So in this case, I think that it's the best of what I think to be, it's the best of two bad choices, quite frankly. And so therefore, I'm going to support the motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner
Let me
Clark.
just follow up. When you have industrial property next to a rail system, you really do have something. And the reason I say that is because that rail system operates, I don't know exactly how often, but it's 2 or 3 times a month. I think it's a Class D rail. That's how that scrapyard in Winter Springs operates. You can access that industrial through rail. That's what it's designed for. And you don't need to access it through semi-trucks. And that's how that scrapyard operates.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Yeah, so I'll just throw my 2 cents in. I think these infill projects are such a tedious balance between balancing the rights of the property owner and the neighbors who projects like this impact so much. And one of the things that I was concerned about initially was the utility issue and the impact that would have on the neighbors through no fault of their own. So with the county attorney's opinion and the ability for us in the future to be able to give hardship waivers, that gives me much greater feeling that this, while it will impact the neighborhood and it will look different and there will be people accessing their new neighborhood through your existing neighborhood, hopefully financially this will keep it from being negatively impacting. So I appreciate Mr. Daly's efforts to try to find something that would be less impactful for the neighbors. So thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion by the board? We'll call the roll. Commissioner Lockhart.
Aye.
Commissioner Delary.
Nay.
Commissioner Carey.
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine.
Yes.
Commissioner Zembauer, yes. 4-1, motion passes. Thank you all very much. And if I could make sure staff just follow up with some of these folks on the hardship questions they had, some of the signage questions they had, be very helpful. Thank you all very much and be well. You want to take a 5?
Mr. Chairman?
Let's, Commissioner Carey, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Yeah, I just wanted to say before you take the break that my ex parte has also been electronically transmitted already on all of these hearings this afternoon.
Great, thank you. Okay, folks, let's be back here at 3:30.
Okay.
We'll stand adjourned until 3:30.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's call the commission meeting back in order. Next item up is item number 69, accessory dwelling units comprehensive plan text amendment and land development code amendment. This is Jeff. No? No? You're not Jeff.
So, yes, good afternoon. For the
Rebecca.
record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. I'm presenting on behalf of Jeff this afternoon. So,
Thank you. Please proceed.
Item 69 is proposed amendments to the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code to provide regulations for accessory dwelling units within unincorporated areas of Seminole County. An accessory dwelling unit is an independent living unit that can be part of a larger home or a freestanding structure on the same property. Accessory units are recognized as a way of creating affordable housing for smaller households, single parents, and seniors. Benefits of ADUs include allowing residents to age in place, giving homeowners an opportunity for additional income, and increasing the availability of housing while making use of existing public services such as roads, water, and sewer. Currently, the code only allows ADUs in the A3, A5, and A10 rural agricultural zoning districts in the east rural area of the county. The proposed amendments would allow ADUs with administrative approval by the Planning and Development Manager in the A1, RC1, and single-family residential districts R1 through R1 quadruple A. The proposed ordinance also allows ADUs to be approved in existing single-family residential plan developments. The proposed regulations permit an ADU to have a full kitchen, sets requirements for setbacks and parking, and requires an ADU to be architecturally compatible with the principal dwelling unit. The proposed regulations require that the property owner occupy either the principal unit or the accessory unit, and an ADU must be rented out for a minimum of 30 days. The proposed ordinance does not permit ADUs on lots of less than 5,000 square feet in size and 50 feet in width, and an accessory dwelling unit would be limited to 35% of the size of the principal unit, with an additional 10% potentially allowed by administrative adjustment. However, in no case would an ADU exceed 1,100 square feet in size. Supporting text amendments to the comprehensive plan include definitions and enabling language to allow changes in the land development code, and a new policy stating that ADUs would have a de minimis impact on public facilities and would not count toward allowable density under a property's future land use designation. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the proposed ordinances at their October 7th, 2020 meeting and voted unanimously to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that they transmit the proposed ordinance amending the comprehensive plan and adopt the ordinance amending the land development code upon first reading. Therefore, staff recommends transmittal of the proposed amendments to the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan to state and regional review agencies, and recommends approval of the ordinance amending the land development code upon first reading. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hammock, and I do have a question, and then we'll go see if anybody else has a question of staff. So, in my district, a great deal of the rural area, the question I'm often asked, and I want to make sure this gets on the record so that we're clear, you know, I have a lot of young families who are starting their families, and they've bought an older home on acreage, maybe a 5-acre tract, a 7-acre tract, 10-acre tract, but the home they've bought that was on that tract is maybe 1,800 square feet. It's maybe 35, 40, 50, maybe 60 years old. As they are raising their family and they get further along in their careers and so forth, I've had many of them ask me, hey, can I go to the back of my property or over here on my property, and can I now build a 3,500 square foot home and abandon this one either for a rental or for a accessory to a mother-in-law or some family member? Talk to us about how, if that fits in at all.
So the ordinance is written that you can switch, if you have a principal structure and you want to then build an accessory dwelling unit, that you can switch the designation on those two structures. However, whatever is designated as the accessory dwelling unit is still limited in size. It would still be limited to either 35% of the principal structure or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less.
So in that scenario, to be clear for the record, if the original house was, say, 1,000 square feet, you'd have to build another home that was 3,500 square feet?
Right, I believe we have the calculation in the staff report. And so if you were to do that in that scenario, you would then have to build a home that I believe is, bear with me for 1 second, I just need to. I apologize, I'm not seeing it here, but I believe it ended up being like 200 and. it might be 285%
It's
of
on
the
page,
original.
it's on page 9 of 11 of the
Sure.
ordinance. Sorry, line 186.
So can we run a quick calculation? Let's say it's 1,000 square foot existing structure, and somebody wants to build a new home to make that their home and turn their original home into the accessory. What square footage would they have to build? I'm
So-
sorry? 2,870, does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the next question I have is the architectural design. Many in the rural area have a home that, is 40, 50-plus years old. It's maybe a flat roof Florida design, original back in the 50s, 60s model. And now they want to build, let's say, a two-story, more modern, or even a country-style plantation home. How is that architectural similarity determined?
So that particular requirement isn't applicable to the rural area. That will be applicable in the urban area. The only thing that we've changed in the comprehensive plan and the land development code related to accessory dwelling units in the rural area is the size limitations, and then putting the enabling language within the comprehensive plan. The current land development code allows accessory dwelling units in the rural area zoning designations A3, A5, and A10. However, there wasn't any enabling language in the comprehensive plan.
Right.
So we've added that, and then we've added the limitations on the size of accessory dwelling units. That still applies.
Okay.
To the rural area. It was always 35%, but we
Right.
added that, or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less.
Okay. Commissioner Constantine, I think you had a question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Ms. Samick, I heard that you could only build it on 5,000 square foot lots or more, is that correct?
So the minimum lot size, so we're permitting them in any single-family residential zoning district, and our smallest single-family residential zoning district is a 5,000 square foot lot, 50-foot minimum lot width.
I'm trying to imagine, because that's pretty tight. So I'm trying to imagine how they're going to do the setbacks and everything else without disrupting their neighbor, or their next-door neighbor. I mean, we're all supportive of this, but a 5,000 square foot lot just seems to be so small already as to how to get another living or dwelling unit in there.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't see it either.
I just, I really don't. The second part of my question is the 1,100 square foot maximum. Someone that grew up in a 1,100 square foot home with two families when we moved to Florida, you could fit a lot of people in that. My grandfather, my cousin, and I slept in one bedroom. My sister and our cousin slept in another, and another husband and wife slept on a couch, and then my mother and father had the big room, which wasn't very big. Why that size? Why, the 5,000 sounds too big, too small, and the 1,100 sounds maybe too big. And I want this to happen, but I just want to know where we came to those numbers.
So we wrote the code so that they would be permitted in all the single-family residential zoning districts, and that is our smallest lot size within our single-family districts. It's R1BB, which is defined in the code as a single-family residential district, although it is only allowed within our medium-density residential future land use category. Granted, based on our setbacks that are proposed within the ordinance, they are required, an accessory, if it's a detached accessory dwelling unit, it is required to meet principal structure setbacks. So I agree on the smaller lot size, they will be limited. And it would be more difficult to put a detached accessory structure. But then you also have the option of doing a second-story addition onto a home for an accessory dwelling unit, or doing a garage apartment, for instance.
So, Mr. Chairman, just as a statement, I don't want to do this where we have unintended consequences coming down, where people are coming in to code enforcement or to zoning, Board of Adjustment and Appeals. I think we need to look at that a little bit more, the 5,000 and, if the lot's bigger, then I can see a 1,100, but that essentially is a small home. It's not a accessory living dwelling unit. It's a small home.
And again, it's 35% of the primary structure or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. So in order to get up to 1,000 square feet, you're already around 2,500 square foot principal structure. And again, you would have to meet your principal structure setbacks. So on the smaller lots, it probably would be difficult to have a detached accessory dwelling unit. But again, just to clarify, this is a first reading. It does require, it's a transmittal hearing for the ordinance to amend the comp plan, and it's a first reading of the ordinance to amend the land development code, so we can look at changes and bring those back upon second reading.
Those are my suggestions.
Mr. Chairman, can we get some visual examples of how that would work, both for attached and not attached?
There's actually,
I've seen them, but I'm talking about an actual small lot scenario.
some of these look pretty small.
Well, if they can't meet the setback requirements and all the things in the code, then if their lot's that small or their house is configured on such a way on the lot that they couldn't meet it, they just wouldn't be able to do one, correct?
I understand that, but Commissioner, I can see people coming in and asking for variance on every one of them
Well,
for a hardship.
Commissioner Lockhart, go ahead.
and Rebecca, maybe you can help me, because I know that somewhere in this I read that variances were not going to be granted. They're not, you cannot apply for a variance for this.
So we wrote it so that they could not apply for a variance for the size of the accessory dwelling unit, but you can apply for variances for setbacks.
For setbacks.
Right.
Okay. And you have, or the manager has, some discretion up to a certain threshold of percentage, is that correct?
What's this to have?
For the size, yes. We wrote, based on prior feedback from the board, we did add additional language that allows a 10% administrative adjustment by the director, which would basically bring it up to a maximum of 1,100 square feet.
So to your point, Commissioner Delary, they could ask for a variance for the setback.
That's correct.
Well, I mean,
Administratively.
shoot, we got people asking for variances for setbacks for all kinds of stuff already,
Right.
so I don't know.
So.
This is for a home.
So, yeah.
Well, I understand.
Let's hypothetically, just for a moment, and I support this whole idea. I mean, I really do, from, as we get older, in my case, I probably will end up living on acreage, with one of my children, if they'll have me and put up with me that long. But the reality is, there's a bigger issue that I want to make sure, when you talk about unintended consequences, right now, we have a lot of areas in this county that have a lot of water, have a lot of drainage issues. Some will call it flooding, some will say, well, the water's just, we've got more water than we typically have, et cetera, et cetera. So let's just say we have a 110 single-family development, and a third of those, or a fourth of those, decide they want an accessory dwelling. We've already engineered drainage for this development at some time prior, maybe 5 years, 10 years, 30, 40 years prior. does staff believe we have any concerns or impacts? And what kind of drainage considerations are considered when someone comes in and asks to do this?
So when a building permit does go through review, it will go through Public Works Development Review Engineering, and they do perform drainage reviews for single-family homes. We do not have a lot coverage, a maximum lot coverage requirement in our code within our zoning districts. I think they usually estimate, and John can probably confirm for me, but my understanding is engineering will look at a maximum of 80% of lot coverage when they design the stormwater ponds, and he can probably correct me because I'm probably wrong, but.
I get the gist, sure.
So we would not be, and that's maybe something we can look at in the land development code amendments that we're looking at, is if the board wants to consider maximum lot coverage requirements. Some jurisdictions do have those. So when people come in adding accessory structures to their lots, eventually they will hit a maximum because the stormwater system wasn't designed to accommodate all the additional impervious area.
Right, okay.
I will say, though, it's no different than somebody doing an addition to their house. You could have 30% of the people in the neighborhood come in and do 5 to 1,000-foot additions to their homes as well, and you would have the same issue.
Right, of course. Okay.
Although in speaking with one of the engineers in development review, I brought that topic up. He did say that they believe it probably balances out because some people don't add any additional impervious area to their lot, whereas others add more, and they believe it kind of, comes out in the wash, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I understand that thought process, but, if we take the past couple months of a development that has no accessory dwellings in it whatsoever, that are already struggling with drainage, and now we add, let's say, 10 structures through that development, I think the average citizen is going to say, look, you keep adding impervious area here, we already have a problem. I just want to make sure we cover that. Well, we'll see what everybody else has to say, but.
We did some research with the city of Orlando to see what percentage of their building permits were for accessory dwelling units. And for the city of Orlando, it was only 2%. So we don't imagine that this will probably be a huge demand, especially given the limitations on setbacks and lot sizes. And then also HOA requirements. A lot of homeowners associations may not allow accessory dwelling units.
Right, of course. Sure. Okay. Any other questions for staff?
The only thing that I would ask is talking about the review about every 5 years, and if maybe there would be an indication initially that it should be sooner than that. But I also want to make sure someone puts on their Google Calendar when 5 years is coming, because we tend to put these shall be reviewed, and then so everybody forgets, or people change, and we're 20 years down the road and we haven't looked at it again. So I don't know if it would make some board members feel more comfortable to make it reevaluated more frequently than every 5 years. I certainly would be willing to do that. And then just some sort of, not just for this, but for everything where we have a review timeline, if we could have some tickler system, something that a bell or a whistle goes off.
I would concur. Well, personally, I think there should be some kind of cursory review annually to make sure we're still meeting state and federal guidelines if there's been some kind of additional law passed, either at the federal or state level, that we're in compliance with that. Just a quick review, and I think that'd probably be legal. It would look at that.
And we do that every legislative session. We monitor anything that might impact our regulations.
But I concur that we should have, there's probably some nice software out there that would probably tickle or earmark, hey, the bells start going off, you can't use your computer anymore until you review and update this. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hammack. Stand by. Do we have anyone from the public here to speak on this item? Item 69. Anyone in the chambers? Seeing none. Clint, do we have anyone in the virtual waiting area?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing and go to board. Board, do you have direction? Discussion?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to transmit the proposed ordinance enacting a comprehensive plan text amendment to permit accessory dwelling units in the county's urban area to state and regional review agencies, and subject to final approval. What, did she have something to say? And subject to.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I was.
Oh,
seconding
no, there's
that.
one more, there's one, an and. At adoption of the comprehensive plan text amendments, adopt the associated ordinance enacting corresponding revisions to the land development code.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, further discussion?
Just with the caveat, Mr. Chairman, that we are going to look at the issues that have been brought forth today. Sending it up there means we still have to come back, we still have to get its approval, and I think that we as the staff needs to look at some of the issues that were brought up by the commission today and bring back some additional information to us.
Yeah, I concur, and I think that's pretty much what direction we've pretty much given them. I mean, personally, I'd like to see us consider larger lot sizes before this is able to kick in. But if that's not the path we take, I would like to have some kind of assurances that we're not going to impact the drainage, stormwater issues that may not already exist, would be my concern.
Mr. Chairman, that's
Let's not induce our own problem.
Right.
And Mr. Chairman, that's one of the reasons I was asking, since variance for the side yard setbacks, maybe that shouldn't be allowed.
Sure. Yeah, I think we could discuss it and look at all that.
Because of drainage issues.
Yeah, sure. Okay. All right, we'll take roll.
Good to-
Commissioner Carey, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I said I'd like to see, just have a legal opinion on that, not allowing people to request variances, how that, I don't want to do something with unintended consequences that causes us to get sued either.
Understood.
So if staff could just look at that before this comes back to make sure if we put those kind of restrictions in there, it's not going to cause us a legal problem.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Chipak, you heard that?
Understood, we'll
Okay.
research that.
I think legal's reviewing all that anyway, aren't we?
Correct.
Or should be. Okay.
Well, but right now, there are no restrictions in there about them being able to apply for variance.
Understood. Right. Okay.
So-
Commissioner
Lockhart?
I just think sometimes when we create hoops for people to jump through, they can get very creative. And because we do allow setback variances for additions to your home, I could see some people maybe not being entirely forthright and actually creating an accessory dwelling unit after the building officials have done, because they'll figure out very quickly how to get to what it is that they want. And if there isn't a really good reason for us to treat it differently than we would any other type of addition to a home, I just want to make sure we really think that through.
Right. Sure, absolutely. Agreed.
Saying
Okay.
ask for forgiveness instead of, first
Permission.
going straight up.
All right, we'll
Saying
call.
people are creative and they find ways to get what it is that they want, so.
All right, we're ready to call the vote if there's no further discussion. Commissioner Lockhart?
Aye.
Commissioner Delory?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes.
Mr. Zembauer, yes. Motion passes unanimously. For those who weren't with us earlier, item 70 has already been heard, as well as 71. So we will now go to item 72. Item 72 is a public hearing for Old Chuliota Road right-of-way vacate. Joy Giles will be presenting this item. Staff is requesting a continuation of this item to a date uncertain.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Ms. Giles?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, staff is requesting that this item be continued to a date uncertain at this time in order to allow leisure services more time to evaluate the request to make sure that it is not in conflict with the trail master plan that's currently being evaluated.
Okay, questions for staff?
The question I have is, it's the uncertain. I mean, we're not going to a date. That's the issue that I have. I have other issues with this, and I'd like to hear it, to be honest with you. That's my
Okay.
opinion.
All right. Is there anyone from the public here to speak on this item? Sir, have you filled out a speaker's form? Okay. Well, if you would, come up front here and we'll get your information. Ms. Childs, if you'll just stand by and. So at this juncture, staff has requested a continuance. State your name and address for the record and whether you feel that you would support or not support a continuance to a date uncertain on this item.
Thank you. My name is Ron Davidson. I live at 368 Pine Tree Road, Lake Mary, Florida, and I'm opposed to this continuation. We've worked on this project for close to 3 years, and we would like to get it moved forward. And so a lot of effort has been put into it. We've jumped through all sorts of hoops as it's been requested. And we just feel that for them to now come up, we got notice on Friday that they wanted to continue it, and it's very much a hardship on us.
Okay. And I suspect that you are with Cornerstone Church, is that correct, or their representative?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm a deacon.
Was
I'm
wanted to
also a
make sure.
licensed builder.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lockhart?
I do have a question for you. I appreciate very much that y'all have been working through trying to get this done. I think what we're hearing, though, is that our staff may believe that we need to utilize this in the future. So if we don't continue it, I think our only choice then would be to vote it up or down. Is that what you're asking at this point then?
Yes, but if you take into consideration that it's been ongoing for a very long time, and that for now this to come up as a possible turn down, in other words, if they decide that they want to utilize it for something else, then it's automatically a no vote. So the request that we have before you is that you allow us to abandon. The road's been abandoned for a long time. They came to us with a request that we agree to potential drainage concerns in the future. We agreed to that. We signed the documents. So if you drag this on, you're going to have all sorts of possible concerns with that. A yes or no vote now, I'm hoping that you're not going to consider what the staff is now presenting to you as a reason for delaying it. Instead, I appeal to your fairness and to the purpose that the lot is not, we can't build on it. It's not something that we're going to build on. We don't have intention to do that. The main thing that came up was we have two lots that are separated by this road. One lot, we don't pay property taxes on because we're a church and we're exempt. The other lot, we have to pay the property taxes on because it's not connected to the main lot. So that was the initial reason for bringing this up and requesting it. It's primarily for that reason.
So.
Okay.
Okay, I've got another follow-up question then
Sure.
for the attorney.
For the attorney?
Yeah.
Ms.
So,
Chabot?
so because the lot is not contiguous, even though it is owned by the church, it's taxable?
That apparently is the case in this situation.
I think I think really we ought to be looking at the property appraiser and the tax exemption.
Well, I mean, if that's part of the rationale for requesting the vacate, can staff like text David Johnson?
Well,
Because I think that if that is part of your reason for requesting this, that's just
That's a different issue.
amazing to me.
Well,
But,
So I thought.
but my concern is, and I understand, it is really unfortunate that this has gone on for this many years, but now that our staff is aware that they may be utilizing this for a trail connection and it is owned by the county, I certainly don't know how my fellow commissioners feel, but we have to take into consideration the possibility that they may need this for a trailway. And if we don't continue it, to give them the time to further explore it, then I just want to make sure you understand that by not supporting the continuance, that you may not get the answer you're looking for.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Another
So
benefit?
let's try to,
Well, I want to make sure he understands
I
the position
understand.
that he's taken, because that's how I'm interpreting it.
so can the staff, do you have an overview of the property? You've got the diagram of the property, correct?
Yes, I do.
We can bring that up real quick?
Yeah, I'm looking at it here.
While she's doing that, can I make another statement?
Sure,
So-
please, go right ahead, sir.
So also, there are other benefits from having our property contiguous. So a sign size is determined by the number of feet that you have on a road right-of-way, if I remember correctly. So that benefit of having that continuous property would be a benefit to us. Now, I don't know if the county would consider the size of the sign based upon this lot plus this lot without the road right-of-way. I don't know.
Well, that's something we would have to address with our staff. I don't know that we can answer that in this hearing today.
Okay.
So.
But a larger sign is something that you are needing this for as well. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That's something we would like to have the option of doing.
okay.
Okay, so behind you, sir, is a diagram. If you can bring that down.
Okay, so
Actually, the
this-
aerial is better.
The aerial is much better if you have the aerial, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so the triangle piece, right there at the Snow Hill and Old Chiliota Road, the piece that's just been cleared,
Yes.
that used to be heavily foliaged, and here in the last month, somebody's gone through and cleared all the underbrush and everything out of that?
Yes, sir. That's
You're,
correct.
you're saying that parcel is not connected legally to the main parcel?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of the original development order on that parcel when that was first built?
No, I cannot say I do.
Okay. Okay, that's the only question I have.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Delory?
Give you a little bit of history. That property came in, I believe, for a development order in either late 2001 or early 2002. I know that because I was sitting on the back wall. And one of the issues that came up in this area was this is supposed to be a small neighborhood church, community church, and it's supposed to be tucked away in the trees. And I remember that as if it was yesterday, because this was a big issue on that side of the county back then in 2001, 2002. I don't know if you were aware of it, or for whoever else was at your church were aware of it. The question I have for staff is, have they reviewed the development order back then to see if it is conducive to what they're trying to do? Because signage was a big issue back then.
Signage was an issue, and so was lighting.
Yes, I can tell you that.
From what I remember.
Sorry, the approval for the Cornerstone Church is for this parcel right here.
I understand that.
So it has, there's no approval on this parcel, so everything has to be located on the church parcel, this parcel here. So any signage and anything at all, parking, all of that has to be located on this parcel.
Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Did they own that small parcel? Did they own that small parcel at the time that came through for the initial development order?
That I'm not sure of.
I don't know if they did or not.
It's been too many years ago.
Okay, so is there anything else, Pastor, you care to add before we go to other public input?
No, to correct, I'm not a pastor,
Oh.
I'm just a deacon. But,
Okay.
There's no such thing as just a deacon.
Yeah, that's right.
My husband was a deacon, and I know how much work you put in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amen.
So, no, I have nothing more to add. Let me ask the pastor if he knows whether that lot was part of
Well,
the original
okay,
development.
sure. If you can answer it and we can hear you from there, that's good. If you want.
We didn't own that front triangle portion.
Right.
The original plan.
Okay.
I didn't think so.
The sign we currently have, no plans to expand the sign we have in terms of location. Really want an opportunity to be able to maintain and improve that area. So right now, the roadway's been abandoned. There are four-wheelers and trucks that often go there.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear him, and if the public can't hear him or the clerk can't hear him.
Sir, if you would just
really
come up
need to
real
have
quick.
stuff down.
Deacon, if you would, you can just put your mask and step aside there for a minute.
Hi, Mark Brashear, Cornerstone Church of Orlando, 3370 Snow Hill Road, Juliota, 32766. And the front triangle portion of the property was purchased after, and I came in after both of those purchases. But the intent of the request to vacate is to combine the parcels, so we have our entire property under one parcel, and to be able to maintain and upkeep that entire area in the front. That's part of what you've seen in the last month or so, is cleaning up. We want to improve the area. So no plans to build, no plans to expand, no plans to do anything like that, but really just to be able to maintain the full part of the property. And had thought that with the county wanting to connect a trailhead might be better served by running that along Snow Hill rather than through the middle of what essentially is our property, and would have probably better served to run around. We would have no objection to a continuance because I know they want to evaluate that. As far as if it would be possible to get an approval today, we'd be more than happy to get an approval today. But apart from an approval today, understand their need to be able to evaluate that.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. for
Commissioner
Pastor.
Carey? So,
Yeah.
for
I have a
who?
question for Pastor.
Okay, Pastor has a question from Commissioner Carey.
So if you're just trying to get the property together and our staff's intent is to have use of the right-of-way for the future, would you be willing to consider a possible exchange of the right-of-way for the same amount of land along Snow Hill Road?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
we could put a trailhead, actually put a trailhead and connect to the trail? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I could see that happening. That way it would allow us to have a continuous part of our property and still allow for a trail head to run through
Right.
there.
And then one last question for you. How much did you pay for the application fee?
I believe $1,500 is what the.
They believe it's 1,500.
Okay, could we get staff to confirm what that amount is? Because, I'm not.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Staff is
1,500 for a
confirming.
vacate. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other inquiries of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Be safe. And Pastor, if you please don your mask, please.
Mr. Chairman?
All right. Commissioner Carey?
So just a suggestion, and maybe we could just talk about this. If the staff really needs this land or wants to maintain this so that they can have a trail connection and possible trailhead, it would seem to me it would make more sense for that to actually be on the corner of Snow Hill Road. So would there be any interest from the majority of the board about continuing this to the next meeting to talk about an exchange of land, square foot for square foot?
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
I'm willing to discuss anything, but I've got some other things that I'll say after we get more public input, if there is some.
Okay, and then my other thought would be that if we decided after this application came forward and we accepted it and the desire of the board is to keep it, then I would think it would be the right thing to do to refund this $1,500 application fee.
Wouldn't have an issue with that either.
Okay? All right, do we have anyone from the public in the chambers to speak on this matter? Okay, sir. If you would come forward, your name and address. And you are here to speak either in favor or not in favor of a continuance.
My name is Mitchell Bogle, 2729 Chatsford Circle. I'm with the pastor. I'm another deacon at the church in favor of the continuance. My only thing was just wanting to also bring to light that we did also provide a sketch of description and the agreement to, provide a dedication for Seminole County right-of-way. I don't know if that would be recorded if this vacate wasn't passed. I don't know exactly what the language was in that dedication. My only thing would be to also take that into consideration, that, you know, we were willing to provide those right-of-way dedications, being that there was some concern about potentially wanting to expand Wellingham or the additional adjacent adjoining roads. So just wanted to make sure that was known as well.
I'm going to get to that in a little bit.
All right. Okay. Sir, if you please put your mask in. Anyone else from the public? Clint, do we have anyone on the phone waiting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you would bring that person in. Looks like we have Rebecca Wilkins. Miss Wilkins, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Please, your full name and address for the record, and tell us whether you're in favor or not in favor of a continuance.
My name is Rebecca Wilkinson. I live at 1240 Brumley Road in Juliota, and I don't know what continuance means here, just
So
that you are-
continuance means that this item can be brought back later at a later date. It's yet to be determined. Staff has requested to continue it to a date uncertain, which means that could come back next month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, once they've arrived at whatever due diligence they decide that they're reviewing. So this is just a discussion about whether you support the staff's request to continue this or you don't want it continued.
Well, I would like to have it squashed right now, but, you know,
Okay?
and I
So
along
you're not in
with the-
favor of a continuance, that's fair to say?
I was there also in 2002 when this all came up originally. And it was really contentious because the church was really duplicitous from the very beginning and bought all this land and wanted to build a mega church there. And it was, you know, really upsetting to the neighborhood. You know, they came within the rural boundary and they brought people from Tallahassee to talk us down and explain that, you know, this was not really rural and they had, you know, these housing developments that had gone in on Snow Hill and they were using that as an excuse for being able to do what they wanted to do there. And it was finally voted down, and that piece of land, I didn't realize they had bought it, but I was very upset. I went by there this morning and took pictures I can show you. You know, they haven't, you know, did they get permission to do what they did there? They cut down all of the habitat there, and that piece of land was there because all of the foliage and everything that was in front of that building, you know, cut down on the lighting problems there they had this big sign that was, you know, creating all of this light pollution, as well as, you know, their big sign, et cetera.
Understood.
And
So, Ms. Wilkins, you're about out of time, so are you not in favor of granting a continuance to our staff? Sounds like?
They're not keeping up their end of the bargain, and they've got all these trees marked to cut there, and that was supposed to be a visual barrier.
I understand, ma'am, but the question on the table is the continuance.
Well, I told you I didn't understand what that meant. I just don't want this to happen.
Okay. All right, I think we got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Be well.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you all.
Clint, do we have anyone else in the virtual room?
No, sir.
Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and go to board discussion, action. Commissioner Delory, this is your district, so if you want to take lead on that.
I'd like to hear what you have to say first, Mr. Chairman, because I do remember back in 2002, the issue was it needed to be a small country church. It needed to be buffered, secluded into the area as it was. It needed to have protection so that there was no light intrusion to the surrounding areas. I do remember that.
Well, I can tell you as a private citizen, I was involved with the community, the concern with this placement of this church. Light was an issue, traffic was an issue. It was very contentious in the community at the time. And actually, it went one step further when they were told that they would have city water, when in fact they didn't. And ultimately, we had to make good on that, or Seminole County had to make good on that. The entire intent was to keep it back off the road, keep it somewhat hidden, but accessible safely. So there was a lot of concern from the community about the light issues, the traffic issues, the ingress and egress. I've heard a lot of concerns about the recent clearing of the triangle piece that Ms. Wilkinson spoke about. So I would very much like staff to look at the development order, the original development order, and make sure, A, what has been happening there is still what's supposed to be happening, and what, if anything, should be happening on the triangle piece at this juncture, regardless of what happens today. So if staff could look into that at some time.
Yes, the staff will review the development order and bring that to the board's attention too at the next hearing
Okay.
for the vacate.
All right. Commissioner Carey?
Mr. Chairman, again, if the desire of the church is to have their property contiguous, then, I would love to see us have a discussion about an exchange of right-of-way for same amount of square footage, and maybe put a requirement on there that there be a tree buffer that remain in perpetuity. And then you've got the buffer that everybody's looking for. They're able to, make the connection that they're looking for. And, if we, it bothers me when the departments don't all talk to each other. So somebody should have known when they talked to this applicant in advance that Parks was looking to have, the use of this right of way so that they didn't make an application and pay $1,500. I think that's unfair. I think that's on us to, make sure that our departments better communicate when there's, right of ways and things like that, so that everybody kind of knows. Because I'm confident that when this applicant went and talked to somebody in the planning department, if they had some idea of that, they probably would have told them that, and they probably wouldn't have made the application. So I think that we can get creative and make everybody's desire taken care of. Tree buffer, contiguous land, all of that. But if we really are not going to allow this to be considered because our staff says that they need it for a right-of-way, I think we should refund the application fee.
Okay.
If I could, I think all staff is asking for is a little more time. The master plan, I think.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The staff is not asking you to deny this. We're asking you to give us a little bit more time. The master plan is scheduled to be done after the first of the year. We don't know if we're going to need it or not, and we're simply saying let's not give it up until we know. We're not saying don't do it. We're just saying let's figure out if we're going to need it before we make a decision.
But to be fair to the applicant, okay, and I can understand what Commissioner Carey's saying, they wouldn't have applied for it, they wouldn't have paid the $1,500. They would not have deeded over some little pieces to us for right-of-way. They wouldn't have done any of that. I would just like to go back to, square one and, look at the overall master plan, give them back the $1,500 and give them back the dedication that they gave us. Because they gave us the dedication because they assumed we were going to vacate the right-of-way. That's what I would assume they did.
Those wouldn't be recorded unless you
Until-
approve them, unless and until you.
I understand
approve
that, but I want to make
the-
sure that we're not taking property from it from a dedication standpoint if we're not going to be vacating this. And then we don't know if by January, staff is going to be ready to, say that this is what we're going to need. You don't know what's going to be needed in the future as well. So I don't know why we just call it a day and say no, because, right-of-way shouldn't be just given up that easily.
Well, I think we heard the deacon say he'd rather have a decision now.
Okay.
Yeah, but the pastor said he'd take a continuance.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I know. I mean, but the issue is, if they want to, the issue is the property taxes. We should be talking to David Johnson, the property appraiser. Is there a way to make this contiguous legally so that they can get that exemption? That's
Well,
another issue.
my question would be is, why does it have to be contiguous to be tax exempt
Well,
under the church's
Don't know
umbrella?
that either.
I don't follow that for
Well-
a minute.
Well, because if you think about it, a lot of churches own a lot of land. And so they have to be using it for the purpose of their tax exemption in order to get the exemption. So if they're not using it as a church, they can't get an exemption. However, that little parcel, I can't imagine that it has much value from the property appraiser, but that's the reason. It's just like agricultural land. If you aren't using it on January 1st for an agricultural purpose, you cannot get an agricultural exemption. So we have a lot of property in our county and in surrounding, I'm sure, that are owned by churches that they pay taxes on.
So there you go. There's your answer. Okay, great. Anyone else?
No offense, Commissioner Carey, but I'm still going to call David Johnson.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll probably tell you the same thing. I'm surprised he hasn't come down there yet.
I know, he must not be watching, otherwise he'd be in the
All
back
right.
of the room. I
He's
Any
do-
further
Waiting
discussion?
signs.
I do
By the board?
think, yeah, well, I think if we can get to a win-win, that would be ideal. And if we can have a little bit more time to get there and maybe spend some time talking to the folks at the church and see what the ultimate goal is for them, and if we can
I think that's
somehow
what staff's
accommodate
asking
that.
for is a continuance.
Yeah, no, I know, but I think, what I'm suggesting isn't just a continuance for staff to just figure it out. I want us to maybe see if we can't do something creative like Commissioner Carey has suggested, and see if maybe a property swap wouldn't solve the whole issue to begin with. It may, I'm saying I'm willing to look at it.
So are you proposing a date certain continuance, or, because we don't know what those terms are, and I don't know that the church is capable of sitting here and negotiating in this chamber.
Well, I'm not
what-
suggesting we do it right now, but but
See,
if
that's the problem
Nicole,
we're running into, but it's difficult to give a date certain to bring this back.
I
That's the
understood.
problem.
No, I got that.
We're not asking for a date certain.
Understood.
We will, and if we're able to work something out, we'll re-advertise whatever needs to be advertised at our cost.
Okay.
We would do that, but I can't give you a date certain as to when we're gonna know whether or not we need it. If we give a refund now and just stop the process, and we decide we don't need it, they're gonna have to start over again.
Right.
So I think it's in their best interest, if they want to continue the discussions, for us just to continue it indefinitely. And as we learn more about what our needs are, and maybe we can get creative and have
But I
a
also think we
win-win.
should.
And I'm
look
looking
at-
for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I also think it's important that we look at the DO back in 2001, 2002. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going from my memory. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to continue this indefinitely and bring it back to the board.
Second, Commissioner Carey?
Yeah, so the only issue I have with that is if you continue this indefinitely and not put any date at all, they're sitting there with their $1,500 tied up in this as well. And, a lot of small country churches can't afford to do that. And so I just think that you need to put some kind of date on it. When is the master plan due to be completed, Ms. VA?
We're anticipating sometime around February.
So could you put a date of, say, a meeting in March or something so that they either move forward?
Mr. Chairman, I'll amend that motion to
Other
bring it back the
arrangement?
first meeting in March.
Okay, I will accept the amended motion to bring it back to a date certain, first meeting in March
Or
of 20...
sooner, or sooner.
Or sooner, March 2021.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'll call the vote. Commissioner Lockhart?
Aye.
Commissioner Delory?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes.
Commissioner Zembauer, yes. Unanimous continuance as motioned on or before the first meeting of March 2021. All right, next item up is item number 73.
They bought that property in 2000.
Public hearing for approval and authorization of the chairman to execute an amendment to the Seminole County Transportation Education Infrastructure Plan interlocal agreement. Mr. Bill Wharton will be here to present this item. Mr. Wharton, welcome.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Chairman and Commissioners, as you'll remember, at your September 22nd meeting, the county manager explained that the city of Altamont Springs would like to reallocate funds from the 2001 sales tax program to remove one project and add another project from that interlocal agreement. To accomplish that, it turns out two interlocal agreements need to be amended. The first agreement is the Seminole County Transportation Education Infrastructure Plan interlocal agreement. And that is between the county school board, and the 7 municipalities within the county. And this interlocal agreement sets a framework for the funding and identifies projects. Now, Section 3 of this agreement states that changes to the agreement can only be considered after notice to all the other parties to the agreement and after a public hearing. Notice was provided to the school board and the 7 cities, and this public meeting has been duly noticed. The second agreement is just between the county and the city of Altamont Springs, and in that there is not a requirement for notice or public hearing. And because these two agreements are related, that second agreement, item number 74, will follow this one on the agenda. So the proposed amendment is to remove State Road 436 pedestrian bridge project due to the prohibitive cost of the project and add the Amanda Street Extension Project. Amanda Street runs parallel to and to the north of State Road 436 and currently extends from Anchor Road west to Jackson Street. The intent is to extend Amanda Street from Jackson Street west again towards Station Street and the Altamont Springs Sunrail Station, providing an alternative multimodal route to State Road 436. The City of Altamont Springs has been working on the Amanda Street project for several years now. To accommodate this request, it is Exhibit B of this agreement is proposed to be amended by deleting the State Road 436 pedestrian overpass project and then adding the Amanda Street Extension Project, as shown on the draft agreement amendment in your agenda packet. The funding amount itself will stay the same at $2 million. And that's my report, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. City of Altamont Springs engaged in this issue with any community outreach?
That I'm not aware of, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think they have been, but just wanted to see what our staff knew about that. Okay. Any questions from, for our staff?
And I'm not sure, I do have a couple of questions, but, and Mr. Wharton, I don't know if you're I think you guys have a better angle than I do. I'm seeing
I
through
don't
several
know. It
layers
looks like a
here.
mirror when I look this way.
In talking to some folks who own property on Amanda Street and who live on Amanda Street, the east section, the section between Anchor and Jackson, they're concerned about cut-through traffic, obviously. They're not opposed necessarily to the opening, but they're hoping that there will be some consideration in the concepts for traffic calming. And it looks as though, and Ms. Guillet just sent me some concept designs, which are great to be able to look at to see what this might ultimately wind up looking like. But it looks as though the area, and I could be misinterpreting this, so please correct me if I'm misreading it. It looks like the area that will be improved with some type of relief, like pedestrian crossings and relief in the road, whether it's stamped concrete or whatever it may be, it ends at Jackson Street. It goes from Jackson to 427, and the folks who are on Amanda between Jackson and Anchor, it doesn't look like there will be any improvements in that area. So their concern is that that could become a little bit of a speedway to get people back and forth. So if there is any way that we can work with the city of Altamont on this project to take into consideration the rest of Amanda to Anchor, I think that would be nice. I don't know how to go about doing that, and I don't know that that has to happen at this meeting, obviously. But in our conversations, I don't know, Mr. Wharton, how we would do that.
I think, and I really don't want to speak out of turn, but I think their intent is to completely redesign the entire street to more of a complete streets design that would accommodate all sorts of travelers, pedestrians, bicyclists, the cars themselves.
Okay. When I can look at this on a bigger
That is the concept, and I'm
screen.
trying to figure out how to share the images I have, and I can't seem to get them up there. I know that there is traffic calming, but Commissioner, we can't, to address your concerns, if the board approves this reallocation of funds, we would bring an interlocal agreement with the city of Altamont Springs back to you for them to manage the project. We've done that with other cities for projects. So we could talk about how we could make sure that there's coordination
Okay.
in that interlocal agreement.
Okay, that would be great. I appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, stay tuned. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Do we have anybody, Clint, on the phone in the waiting area?
No, sir.
None on the phone. Okay, then we have some speakers present. We'll call you up one at a time. Ms. Christine Watkins, good afternoon. If you'd come to the podium, please.
And while Ms. Watkins is coming up, there was, to your question earlier, Chairman, there was quite a bit of public involvement. The city's been working on this project since 2018, and I sent to you, and I'm not sure I sent it to Bill, and I feel terrible now. We asked the city of Altamont Springs to send a list of their public involvement. We sent that back to you in September before you first considered the allocation.
The main reason I know about it, I happen to be a property owner in that area. So yes, I attended a couple of those. And so for the record, Ms. Watkins has supplied a document called, it's actually a newspaper article, Altamont Springs Plans New Road to Ease Congestion, Spur Economic Development by Mr. Martin Comas, dated November 30th, 2016, which I'm happy to pass down. Nice. Good afternoon, ma'am, and welcome, and please, when you're ready, you
I
can
am
proceed.
ready, and I'm going to say good evening to everyone. This is such a pleasure. For the most part, I silenced myself for the last year and a half, but now I'm back. Nonetheless, with Amanda Street project, I found out about it accidentally, and I don't miss very many meetings. I may not stay the entire time if something else, like if it goes over, but for the most part, I'm at all meetings. And I never heard of the Amanda Road coming, if you will, down. Well, the young lady is going to come after me, and she's going to say, you know, in terms of how that went. But anyway, the way that I found out about the Amanda Street project was that I was on Amanda, and I saw some workers from Altamont Springs, and I just started chit-chatting because a lot of people don't know that I talk a lot. Sometimes you better have this timer. But anyway, I started chit-chatting with them, and I said, well, what are you doing here? There were about 4 or 5 trucks. They said, well, this is a road that is in the city of Altamont Springs. I said, no, this is not the city of Altamont Springs Road. This is in Seminole County. No. So I said, yes. I made an appointment with Commissioner Henley to talk about it because I said, well, maybe I'm wrong. And Mr. Henley reaffirmed that it was indeed in the county. So then I went to Altamont Springs and I said, well, why are you working on our road in our county? Because we're very passionate about our community. Not lately because we split a little bit, but I know that we're going to bring it back together. So Altamont Springs said, well, it is in our, no, wait a minute. No, that's DOT. So then I got in touch with DOT. DOT says, no, it's a county road, so mass confusion. I didn't hear very much more about the Amanda Street project. And duly noted, And I think that the chairperson read about the article that appeared in the paper,
Yes, ma'am.
and I thank you for that.
Indeed.
So a letter was sent to McMillan Fitzgerald, Carolyn is her first name. And she said, well, first I wrote to her, asking her about the Amanda Street plans in unincorporated Seminole County. And I told her that we were perplexed because we didn't know anything about it. And we hadn't been privy to any public meetings. So she said that I needed to get in touch with the city of Altamont. So I started feeling as if my head was spinning and spinning and spinning because I didn't know where I needed to go. However, it says from yours truly, per Florida law, I started requesting a copy of the interlocal agreement between the city and the county, because it was like no one had any answers for me as to what was in that interlocal agreement.
Ms. Watkins, my apologies for interrupting you, but we're running out of time.
Come up here, my husband. That'll give me 3 more minutes. Consider him up here, please.
No, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, but anyway, I was getting the runaround, and then lo and behold, it came up about eminent domain. Some of the property owners in there have already been impacted by eminent domain as a result of this Amanda Street project, if you will. And at this point, I'm going to conclude, because when your chairperson tells you you're running out of time, then you need to run. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am, very much, and be well. Our next speaker is Miss Tisha Bird. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. It's Tisa.
Tisa, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to read the
That's
small
okay.
print that was put there, but welcome, thank you.
Good day, everyone.
Good day.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's Tisa Bird, 1171 Merritt Street in Altamont Springs. Okay, that property has been in our home over 100 years. My mother's still there, 93 years old. I just found out about the Amanda project yesterday. And through talking with Ms. Chris, that will have a direct effect on my family and the people on Amanda Street. Many of those people, I would say probably 90%, are in their 80s. They are on fixed incomes, and as we all know, that there is a affordable housing problem. So if this road comes out through that area, it's going to affect them. I mean, this gentleman said it's going to stop at Station Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where's the traffic going to go from there? I mean, all you're doing is taking it off of, what is that, Anchor, bringing it down Amanda, and you come out on Station, then what? You're still going to have that bottleneck of traffic. And meanwhile, those people are going to be displaced. I mean, I don't understand. How is that supposed to help the traffic? Does that make sense? Am I making sense, everyone?
We're hearing you.
Okay, how is that going to help, the traffic and with these senior citizens? So that's my question. I love my community. I was born and raised there, graduated from Lyman High School, and went to Seminole State, so I love it. I love it.
Fantastic, right
Yes.
on.
So my parents built that, my family helped build that community.
Amen.
And I am concerned about Amanda Street, very
Sure.
much so. Okay.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here and giving us your input. Okay, is there anyone else in the chambers that has not filled out a form on this item and desires to speak? Clint, do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, I will close the public hearing on this item and go to the board for action, discussion. I'll start. I can tell you that I'm not sure why these folks are not aware. I know I attended 2 public sessions dating back to probably the mid-2015, 2014, when Altamont Springs was looking at improvements of that whole corridor in and around the Sunrail station. Of course, Sunrail happened and so forth. They also went to their private-public partnership deal that they rolled out, I guess it was last year when they did that, or the year before. And I know there was a lot of dialogue with the citizens. I can't speak specifically if these folks were there and why they weren't advised or didn't understand. I know Amanda Street, there was some property takings along Amanda Street already, under eminent domain as indicated. My experience with that on Amanda Street, those properties were paid almost 2.5 times the actual appraised values. But I can't speak to why the folks don't know or don't understand. I would ask them to reach out, and we should reach out to the city of Altamont Springs and make sure that these residents are fully engaged and understand and have a knowledge of what's going on, so they're not blindsided. And if we could ask the city of Altamont to spend some time with a community outreach for these folks so they understand what's really going on. I have no problem in doing the having some of the cities do some of the 1-cent sales tax projects if we can leverage their staff and get the projects pushed out quicker and faster. I'm all for that.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is in the heart of one of the most historic neighborhoods in my district.
Right.
And anything that happens in this area, I would hope we would be very intentional about making sure that it improves and does more to benefit the community than detract from it.
Agreed.
And so part of my concern is that it appears that the improvement to Amanda, and again, I'm looking at this, it's on page 2,176 of your agenda.
2,000.
It appears that the improvements to this Amanda Street opening end at Brewer Street, or begin at Brewer Street, depending on how you look at it, just a tiny touch east of Jackson, and it doesn't go all the way to Anchor Road. And it just appears to me that we're leaving a piece of Amanda Street kind of like as a redheaded stepchild. It's not going the whole extension. And can you hear me, Commissioner Carey? She was just...
I think, yes, you should be able to hear
Okay.
us.
If I could hear you, I was commenting about the redheaded stepchild.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
They got the horse out of the barn, the cats, the shooting.
We're just going on down the line.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, it goes to show that we're
That's
just
okay.
real people.
We really are. I'm so sorry. So I just want to make sure that the community knows that we are not giving up and giving over to the city of Altamont Springs to do some sort of improvement that benefits them as a city, but doesn't in turn benefit the unincorporated residents of that area. And it appears to me in the way that this is designed, by leaving this tail off of the plan, that it could wind up looking that way at the end of the day. And so that's my concern. Ultimately, I think it makes sense to get the road opened up and go all the way through. I don't have a problem with that. It's the manner in which we do it and how it's executed. And if we need to go back through the community and have more community input and have, bring Altamont around so that this can be a collaborative project, I'm all for it. There is already a perception in that community that they are being left behind in many ways, and at the same time concerned that they may be losing the historic nature of their community. And I don't want this to add to that and further exacerbate that.
Understood. Any other, Commissioner Carey? You're muted. Okay, there you go.
I hear everything that Commissioner Lockhart is saying and agree that needs to be a big coordinated effort. But in this particular request, we're taking out the pedestrian overpass over 436. And so, which I think would not be a good project. So, so I don't have an issue with, taking out the overpass and adding some other project, but I would like to know how would we be able to control the coordination on Amanda Street, for example, if we allow them to replace the 436 pedestrian overpass with the Amanda Street project.
I can address that.
Ms. Guillet says she can answer that.
Okay.
So the projects that are on this particular exhibit in the 2001 agreement are actually county projects. So for the city to take over management of that project, as they've done with a couple of others, and Oviedo's done that with some of the projects in 2014, and Longwood did it with a project, they would have to have an interlocal agreement with us turning over management of that project to them. And so that's how, and we review the scope. They do sort of a draw as they move the projects forward. So they would be executing the project on behalf of the county through that interlocal agreement. And we do have a number of projects that are operating that way right now.
And so on that interlocal agreement, we could insist on another community meeting.
You could.
We could insist on our staff review all the plans.
Well, our staff already does, under those interlocal agreements, we review the scope. I don't know that we do like a engineering review of the plans, but
Right.
we do work with them on the overall scope of the project. And we review, they come to us and get a draw on the money as they
Sure.
pay down their bills.
But bottom line is we control through the interlocal agreement any aspect that, we want to make sure that the community is engaged and understands. Any of those aspects we can control
Even
correctly?
if you move the money today, they still can't do the project unless you do an interlocal agreement with them
Okay.
to move the project, to switch over management to them.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Delory?
Well,
From what I'm understanding is that this is the first step to a couple more steps?
Right.
Is that correct, County Manager?
Correct.
This is the first step
This is
to a
the first
couple more
step.
steps?
There would be one more agreement
I know,
associated
so
with
we have
this.
to move the money over first before we do an
Yes.
interlocal
There's no
agreement.
point in doing the interlocal if you're not going to move the money, yeah.
Excuse me?
There's no point in doing the interlocal if you're not going to, if you're
I
going to
understand that.
reallocate
That's
the money,
This is
yes.
the first of it.
Right.
We have to do another step. The next step is the interlocal agreement. And I believe,
what is the next item?
No,
no.
the-
And I
not-
believe that
it's
Commissioner
a different
Lockhart,
interlocal agreement, the next item.
let me know when I can speak.
Okay, Commissioner Delory, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I believe the next step, not at this meeting, but the
Right.
next step would be that interlocal agreement, that we can take into account the residents' concerns, the input from the residents, as well as your concerns, Commissioner Lockhart. We can't get there yet until we move money over, as the county manager stated. This could be a good thing for the community. We just need to first put the money into the budget so that we can actually set that up.
Right. And-
That's how I see this happening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I appreciate that immensely, and I think that hopefully that will help with conversations with the residents as well, to know that they will have a voice through this board, through that interlocal agreement.
And I would, and I'm not trying to put any more responsibility on you, Commissioner Lockhart, but I would want to have your input on what additional input needs to be in an interlocal agreement, because you've been talking to these residents in the Wynwood, East Altamont area. I know I have too, but you've been talking to them a lot more. And I want to know what those issues are, not just from our standpoint, but from the resident standpoint.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Carey, did you have something to add?
Well, the next item we have is the interlocal agreement.
Yeah, if I could explain the next item, because it's something strange that they did in 2001 that we didn't do in 2014. In addition to having a master agreement, which we have with the 2014 infrastructure sales tax with all of the recipients, in this is 2001, and this generation sales tax, the second generation sales tax, they also did individual agreements with all of the cities that simply reflect what's in the master agreement. They just took the list out of the master agreement with the projects for that particular city, and they did a separate interlocal agreement with them. So they did a two-step process that we didn't do in 2014. So that's why there's a second agreement. You're making the same change in both agreements. You're just moving that PED project to the Amanda Street project if you choose to move forward with those. It doesn't transfer management of the project to the city. That would be a separate agreement.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one more question. if I may.
I made the same face when I realized what was going on too.
All right, I'm going to move to make a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the amendment to the Seminole County Transportation Education Infrastructure Plan interlocal agreement, considering an amendment to Exhibit B, 1% local government infrastructure sales surge tax of the interlocal agreement to delete the SR 436 pedestrian overpass project and add the Amanda Street Extension project countywide.
Mr. Chairman, you
Okay.
just made the motion I was going to make, but I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Okay, you want further discussion?
Just
Now
one
would be
more
the time.
clarification, if I may.
Please.
To the county manager. When do we expect to have that interlocal back here?
Pretty shortly, I think.
Month, a week?
Probably, well,
Well, if we're going to have more community input before that comes together, would that make sense?
That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
well, and I guess I misunderstood. I thought you would want community input as an
Ask.
element. I'm sorry.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
You assumed we were going to have...
I assumed that you wanted community involvement as an element, a requirement in the interlocal agreement, not before the interlocal.
Not before the
not
interlocal
before the
agreement, I
interlocal
guess.
agreement.
Yeah, I guess it could go either way. I just didn't think.
They can't proceed unless they do it.
Well, I know, if you bring the interlocal to us, though, I don't know, then elements of the plan won't be in the interlocal.
In the interlocal agreement, you need to have the community group, and then you actually get that input from them. You have to have interlocal first.
But without the specifics that come out of those community meetings in the interlocal plan, how do we hold them accountable for those specifics?
Two steps?
Well,
You know,
I
and
think you
let me,
need, so I think on that, you need to reach out to the city of Altamont.
Yeah.
You know, I know as a property owner, it was brought to my attention, the whole master plan of that whole area. Citizens voted at meetings on what they wanted and what they didn't want.
But based on that public input, that I think the
So I
design
don't
plans
know-
are done. They're at 100% design based on the meetings that they had in 2018,
And Mr. Chairman, if
based
I...
on what
Okay, I'm
we have in
sorry.
the narrative here.
I've kept quiet, but I can tell you that they've had meetings in that area that I know people who have said they didn't know anything attended since 2014. And that many of the land that has been purchased was purchased for over 290% of the stated value, you know, the estimated value of appraised value. So, I mean, I'm all for community involvement, and I believe that they should be done again, but I just want you to know that if people are saying they didn't know about this, I can't imagine. I mean, the chairman's going to have to go to another meeting that I think he's already attended 4 or 5
I've been to
that have
most.
been called, and so is most of the people that are in there. And I talked to 3 or 4 residents today who said to during the break, who said to me, "Lee, I've been at every meeting. We support this." So, you know, this is an area that is very near and dear to me also. And I will just tell you that we're not going to allow Altamont to do anything that isn't in the best interest of East Altamont. I agree with you, and I will be the first one to say that. But there have been meetings after meetings after meetings.
Okay.
And I'm more than willing to have another. They can have more meetings if they want to.
Well, I appreciate that. historic
Okay,
history.
any other, was motion, a second, Commissioner Carey?
Chairman?
Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Carey, go ahead.
So, okay, so I'd like to address my questions on this to the county attorney rather than the county manager. Because I'm looking at the next item, which is the agreement that we already have in place. And all we're doing in this action right now is taking out the 436 pedestrian overpass and replacing it with Amanda Street.
Right.
Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the next item that follows this is just changing that exhibit. But what this agreement already says is that the city duties are to award, enter, administer, and supervise all design, planning, surveying, appraising, environmental auditing, remediation, negotiating, value engineering, right-of-way acquisition, so on and so forth, to accomplish the ultimate construction of the city's transportation improvement projects. So I just don't want to walk away from this. I support doing this. I don't want anybody to walk away from this, though, with the thought that, you know, that the county is going to have control over the design and those type of things. That's not how our agreements are structured, and nor should we. If we agree to allow them to take over certain county roads for projects, now whether, you know, I know that they've had a lot of community meetings, who attended and who didn't, and who was notified and who wasn't, I don't really know. But based on the comments that have been made, I just don't want us to go into this thinking that the county's going to have the final say in this. Would that be a correct assumption?
Well, I think it is.
I'm asking the county attorney for his opinion.
Well, ultimately, it is a city project.
Okay. So by doing this, we're replacing Amanda Street for the 434 overpass. And once we do that and amend the next item, then it's up to the city to do what they're going to do. Would that be a correct statement?
So
Mr.
which
Chipbaum?
one is it?
Tell you what, let's, Paul, you need a few minutes to review that?
Let me review.
Yeah, so let's take 15 minutes.
On page 6.
Yep, we'll take 15 minutes
Okay.
of the county attorney time to review it, and we'll come back and get our answers. We'll stand recessed until 5:15. We're back in session. All right, we will continue the discussion of item number 73. The county attorney during the break was going to look for an answer to Commissioner Carey's inquiry.
Yes, and again, item 73 and 74 are linked. In item 74, which is the interlocal agreement between the city and the county, in that agreement on Exhibit B, which now has the overpass bridge listed, it would substitute the street project in its place. Under the terms of the existing interlocal agreement between the city and the county is the administrator of the project and the county is acting as the banker. And that's the limit of our involvement in the project, other than the 50/50 funding of those Exhibit B projects.
Okay.
So we would have no direct control over the administration of the project.
Okay, all right.
Now, that's the way the agreement runs. If that's your intent, approve it. If your intent is something different, then we need to discuss it further.
Sure, okay. And we can discuss that when we get to item 74?
Well, again, 73 and 74 are linked. I would recommend that if you're not satisfied with 74, the way it's drafted and the end result of it, that you hold off any action on 73 and take up the actions together.
So that we're clear, any action on 73 automatically trips in 74?
Well, it makes it ambiguous because it's kind of hanging out there. And it needs to be
So why is it a
administered.
separate item on the agenda? Shouldn't they be linked together?
They are, well, that's why they're right after one another.
No,
Because
I understand that.
Should be linked.
It's
So-
two sides of the coin.
Right, so what you're saying, I want to make sure we're clear, we should not take action on 73 before taking action on anything we would desire to do on 74?
You should not take action on 73 unless the result of your action on 74 and approval on 74 is what you intend to happen, which is that the city is the administrator of the project and that we are merely acting as the banker to review the invoices and pay when the invoices are received by us.
Okay. Commissioner Carey?
But I'm not opposed to the project. All I was trying to point out is, from all the comments that were made, and for us to think that we're going to have the control over this project, we won't, based on the language in 74. That's why I asked for clarification, because that was how I read it.
You are correct.
So I just, Commissioner Lockhart's comments sounded, and Laurie's and others were like, well, we can work, and I'm sure we can work with Altamont. So maybe what needs to happen is there be something else that, because of the nature of this particular area and this particular roadway, maybe there just needs to be something else that says we'll have review process or some control or input to the design, other than just being the banker. I just want everybody to be aware, from what I remembered on reading 74, we weren't going to have that. And as Paul said, we're not.
So can we amend 74, Paul, or put additional provisions in there to ask the city to perform certain things? And Melanie has documents that I'm going to pass out to the commission dated 2018, which is the community letter to the community, which I received as a property owner over there. I want to make sure everybody gets a copy of it so they understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no doubt that Altamont has worked with this. Again, some of the comments that have been made today at our own meeting, I think that some are under the impression that we're going to have some influence or input to what happens on Amanda Street and the way that our agreement's written. And honestly, our agreement, the next item, I mean, this is not just about one project, this is about all projects. So in many cases, we don't need that much oversight.
Correct.
It just happens to be, this one seems to be particularly concerning for some, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lockhart?
would it be helpful to bring this back to our next meeting so that we can flesh out what some of those changes might look like in 74 that might give us more, I don't want to use the word control, because it's not about control. Just the ability to have a little input into the project as a whole. And I understand, I've read we're at 100% design, and I understand they've purchased all of the properties to complete the project, but I mean, if they've done all that, and now we're looking to reallocate funds toward it. So if we're going to reallocate the funds toward it, I would like to have the ability to be able to just have a little more oversight as a county, since it impacts a county neighborhood. And I don't know exactly what that language would look like, and I'd hate to try and modify it on the fly. I'd rather bring it back if possible.
Okay. Did we have, didn't we have another interlocal agreement with these cities dating back 2014 for the sales tax provision?
So we have.
That gives us better oversight?
And the initial discussion, and I did have these discussions with Paul, but with the county attorney's office, was we have a model agreement that we use now with the 2014 sales tax agreement for when we take projects from Exhibit B and transfer management to a city. And that is what I had understood we were going to do on this, is bring that forward. If the money had been allocated, a similar agreement for the management that talks about review. So we have some starting language.
Can we do it all at the same time at the next meeting?
I think Paul's suggestion is we do it all at one time.
Sounds like it.
The agreement, this is not just a unilateral agreement. We have to present it to the city, they have to sign it and send it back. So if you're going to do the changes, we can insert the changes, we don't. And I think we have your intent, so if that's the will of the board, we'll amend it in accordance with your intent.
To reflect the 2014 provisions?
Right.
Yes.
And we can do that now or bring it back?
Depending on your level of trust in us to get it right.
Great, Paul.
Good answer, Paul. Commissioner Carey?
Well, I was going to say is, because this has a couple of exhibits to it, is there a way for them to do it as an amendment, as an exhibit, for just strictly for Amanda Street to the agreements? That's item number 74.
Say that again?
Talk about the exhibits, her question was,
Is there, so Mr. Chiplock, is there a way to add an exhibit to the agreement that's in item number 74 that would spell out how Amanda Street would be handled? Or are you saying that because they've already signed this agreement that we would need to go back to them if we're going to change it? Which means it would need to come back at the next meeting.
It hasn't gone to the city yet. The city's board hasn't considered it yet.
Correct. With the amendment, we're amending the original agreement of 74. With this amendment, we can add an additional exhibit to it with the 2014 conditions, which would give us a little bit more oversight. So yes, we could add an additional exhibit into the agreement and add that into the original agreement and make it specific to the Amanda Street project only, so we're not taking that review control on all of the projects that are subject to the agreement.
Well, I think that would be a way to get it accomplished maybe today, if we trust y'all to be able to, draft that agreement. I think everybody's, based on their comments, you understand the concern. I'm just trying to think of a way to move it forward today so that everybody actually is going to have some input.
yeah, I just remember the 2014 agreement had a lot more provisions for our oversight. And if you can do that and narrow it down to the Amanda Street only, without impacting the other parts of the agreement, I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Me too.
I think that's what we're saying.
Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah.
So I need amendment to the motion for 73? I guess we don't, do we?
73 would remain as it is, 74 would be amended.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on 73. And then we'll get to 74. So I'll call the vote on 73. Commissioner Lockhart?
Aye.
Commissioner Delary?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes.
Zembauer, yes. Okay, now 74. This is not a public hearing item. This is a technical issue for legal and the board. I think we've talked about it quite a bit. It sounds like, I don't want to put words in Mr. Chiplock's mouth, but it sounds like you believe that you can amend 74 using some of the 2014 agreement language, specifically to Amanda Street only, to give us the oversight you believe would be necessary to handle the things that have been discussed here today.
Well stated, yes.
Okay. Any
Chairman,
questions?
I would move that we approve item number 74 with the amendments as stated to be drafted by the county attorney's office to reflect all the conversation.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Commissioner Lockhart?
Aye.
Commissioner Delory?
Aye.
Commissioner Carey?
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes.
Commissioner Zembauer, yes. Motion passes unanimous. All right, thank you. The next item up is item number 75. 75 is a public hearing for an appeal of the Board of Adjustment. Hillary Payton will present the item, and the applicant, Chris Lilly, is with us to present his request and answer questions. This is a Board of Adjustment appeal of the Board of Adjustment decision to deny the request for a side yard north setback variance from 7 1/2 feet to 0 feet for a shed in the R1 Single Family Dwelling District, more particularly known as 1311 Fountain Hills Court. Ms. Payton?
Good evening, Hillary Payton, Planning and Development. This item is an appeal to the July 27, 2020 Board of Adjustment decision to deny the request for a side yard setback variance from 7 1/2 feet to 0 feet for a shed in the R1 Single Family Dwelling Zoning District, located at 1311 Fountain Hills Court. On August 11th, the applicant, Chris Lilly, filed a notice of appeal of the Board of Adjustment's decision. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners uphold the decision of the Board of Adjustment to deny the request. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Payton. Any questions of staff? Thank you. Hang tight off to the side. Mr. Lilly, if you'd be so kind to come down, sir. And I know you've been sitting here for a very long time, and I applaud your patience and listening to us go on and on and on.
And on.
All right, my name is Chris Lilly, 1311 Fountain Hills Court. Again, thank you guys for hearing the appeal. I just wanted you guys to know, the main reason for the appeal was I didn't feel that I got to rebut some of the information that was brought in opposition. So just a few things to go over. In addition to the original variance, I know you guys got this information. On the site plan of the house, there really is only one area in my yard on my property that I would be able to put the shed that isn't in a drainage easement or utility easement that it'll fit, or without there being trees or something like that in the way. So that's why I've asked for the variance for this location. One of the biggest opposition is that just to have a shed in general in the neighborhood, one of the biggest is that it would detract from property values. I have included in the packet, which was included when this was approved through the HOA, from a realtor that checked with other property appraisers that it will not have any negative effect. It could have a negligible effect one way or the other for the person for this property. If the person were to buy my house, if I were to sell it, that would like it, a shed or not a shed, but other than that, it won't affect any other properties.
Okay.
That's all I have for now.
That's all you have? I just want one question.
What's that?
Your homeowners association has approved the shed?
Yes, it is approved.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we got that on the record.
Mr. Chairman,
Any
can we
other
go-
questions?
Can we go to the aerial again?
Sure. Bring the aerial up if we could.
That's it, right there.
Oh.
Right there,
Oh, that one? Okay.
right there. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank this board for granting the ability for the applicant to waive the application fee. They did not have to do that. I want to apologize because I watched the tape, and I believe that you weren't given due process. And that
Thank
was
you.
the reason why I suggested that we do it that way. And I wanted to thank Rebecca for coming up with that idea as well. So thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
So.
And I
What-
concur with that. I
because
watched the tape.
We want to make sure, no matter what the issue is, if we agree or don't agree,
I agree, and
We
that's
want-
my whole point. I thank you.
and I wanted to make sure there's due process, that's the key. In looking at this, Mr. Chairman, I believe the property owner wants to put the shed up to where the red line is, correct?
if you move, I think didn't the next slide show the proposed? There you go.
If you look at that blue line now, it's where the red line used to be. There's a wall there, correct?
Yes,
And so and that's the tract by the HOA.
correct.
And so if there is a drainage issue, I believe the water can go either east or west, north or south around the shed.
Right, on this, you can see on the south side of the property, there's a drainage easement, so it can't go there. On the back side of the east side, that's my directions, there's a wall easement and a drainage easement there, so it can't go. So the only way it could go is on the north side. And what you don't see on this survey is in that back corner, there is where it says brick, right there. There's a tree there, which, I mean, we could move the tree, but that kind of goes into that drainage easement there against the wall. So that's the best possible location, and it's also a little bit lower, so it would be less seen above the fence and the wall line as well.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
I'd like to hear from the public as well as the other
Yeah,
commissioners.
we're going to go there. No one else from the commission? Okay. If you would just make yourself comfortable, we'll go to
thank
the
you.
public comment and be patient with us a little longer. All right, I have no speaker forms, but is there anyone here in the chambers that wishes to speak in favor or opposition of this request? Seeing none, Clint, do we have anyone on the phone, waiting area, waiting to speak to this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you'd be kind enough to bring the first one in. And I've got a full screen, so I can't see the caller coming in. Ah, there we go. Looks like we have a Rosemarie Coletti. Rosemarie, if you will unmute your mic, good afternoon and welcome. Rosemarie, you're on. Okay, Clint, let's put Rosemarie on hold. Go to the next caller, please. Okay, looks like we have Donna Kale. Donna, are you on where you hear us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Welcome.
Many thanks. My name is Donna Kyle, K-E-I-L. I reside at 1320 Fountain Hills Court, and I am opposed to the request.
Okay.
Thank you. I was present at the Board of Adjustment meeting, virtually, that is, on July 27th, at which point I was also opposed to the request. At that time, Mr. Lilly did not present any supporting neighbors. I also want to clarify that the HOA approval has now expired per the HOA, and it would have to go back again for HOA reapproval. We do not believe, or I do not believe, that any special conditions exist that would warrant such a huge variance to this setback. In fact, any conditions that might require that the shed be placed there are directly as a result of the homeowner. He had the opportunity, when surveying and permitting his pool in December of 2018, to make accommodation for a shed that would not abut the HOA wall, which is also, very importantly, at the intersection of Fountain Hills Court and Dyke Road. It's a major cut-through and thoroughfare by a lot of cars every day. I do feel that a shed is a detractor to home property values and would be disadvantageous in a neighborhood of this size. In addition, the pictures that were presented by 1311 as support for a shed show sheds in horrible disrepair that are a disasset to the communities that they exist in. I did present the research to show the actual addresses and the Zillow Zestimate home values, which were significantly lower than those of this $400,000 to $600,000 community. In which I once again state that I object to this shed, and I look forward to you upholding the 5-0 denial. Thank you so much.
Ms. Kyle, so hang on one moment. You still with us?
Yes, I am.
In proximity to Mr. Lilly, where is your residence?
2 houses down across the street.
Okay.
I know at a recent HOA meeting, one of the discussions was that I, being all of 5'1", would not be able to see the shed when walking down the street, whereas my 6'2" husband could. I found that a rather spurious argument, because anyone driving a car could see it. So I am 2 houses down, and I did receive the communication from Seminole County that this was going to an appeal.
Sure. Do you have a swimming pool at your residence?
I do not, as we are not financially able to have one, but with COVID, had I known this, I would put one in. Thank you.
So the comment, you indicated that the HOA approval has expired. Do you somehow believe that even though it's expired, that for some reason it would not be renewed or considered by the HOA?
No, I do believe it would be renewed. This is a 10-home community. Mr. Lilly served as the treasurer on the board, and directly across the street, the secretary at 1312 is in support, as well as another person in support. So it's a rather, one shall say, incestuous community, and there have been a division and alliances made. So it's not a community of 300 homes where there's been an overwhelming support. It's 10 houses, and Mr. Lilly's on the board, and in fact, the board rewrote the CCNRs, which haven't been published yet, to include a shed of exactly this size, whereas previously, no shed that had been above the fence line would have been approved.
Okay, thank you. Any other
Thank you, sir.
questions of this caller?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Kyle, and be well.
Thank you.
Clint, do we have others waiting?
No other raised hands.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lilly, if you want to come up, you'll be given some time to rebut the comments. Thank you, Clint.
Hey, the main thing that I would like to rebut is it has not expired. There was no time limit on the approval. So that's all, and that the sheds that I included in the original package were for just to show whether I should get a variance or not that my shed would look like this, or this is a great example of what a shed would look like in my yard. I was applying for a variance, and part of the variance was, would this inconvenience someone else or other people have it? So I was showing examples of other sheds along Dyke Road, which is where this would be, that there were several of them that are within a setback. That's all that was an example of.
And is it true there's only 10 homes within your?
Yes, there are only 10
community?
homes in our neighborhood.
And of those 10 homes, do any of those have sheds?
No, because it's a brand-new neighborhood.
Okay, all right.
They haven't had time to acquire all the stuff.
Right.
Right.
Still gathering.
And when we moved into the house, there were 3 things we asked beforehand. One of them was, would we be able to have a shed? And that the CCRs that were written at the time had no restrictions whatsoever on the shed. She mentions that there was a fence height, but there were no there was no restrictions whatsoever on a shed. So I didn't get anything from the original HOA, which I did for the other 2 items that I had done, because there wasn't anything to get approval for. When we as a neighborhood met to change our CCNRs, the intent was to change how we did that. And so, in fairness, I submitted this even though it wasn't part of the official process to do it, because we're only 10 homes and we all wanted to get along.
Sure.
And so that's why it went through that process to do that.
Okay. Looks like Commissioner Carey has a inquiry. Commissioner Carey?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Lilly. How many homes are represented on your board of directors for your HOA?
We have a board of directors of 3 people, but everything that is done, we've decided as a group, since we only have 10 houses, that any decisions that are made by all 10 houses.
Wow.
Right, so 3 out of 10 houses serve on the board, right?
Correct.
So I noticed in the documentation, February 14th, you submitted to the president a picture of the kit that you've had for quite some time, as it says. So is that representative of what you intend to put up? Is that how your shed kit looks?
I'm not sure which photo you're looking at.
With the request you made to your.
I know that the one that I sent is a picture of what the shed looks like put together. It's still in a box in my garage.
But that is the
Staff could
shed.
maybe
That is
show
the
you,
shed.
but since I can't hold it up, it's page 2232 in our agenda, so can staff maybe,
This is
Yeah,
the shed
that
that's
picture.
up now, is an example of the shed, yes.
So this is the
Okay.
exact shed?
so,
This is a representative of it. I mean, mine's in a box, so it's not put
No, I
together.
mean, if you took it out of the box and.
Yeah, it'll look
But
just
it's
like
that
this.
shed.
Okay.
Yes.
okay, all right. And then in the letter, the email from the homeowner president in April, where they give you the approval, it doesn't speak to any kind of a time frame. So I know she said that it's expired. You're saying there is no date. In your bylaws, covenants, and restrictions, is there a time frame for an approval to expire by the HOA?
At the time that this was done, no.
So there is now?
The
Is there-
one that we
is there
just
a
approved
time
and was
limit?
recorded, sorry, the one that was approved and recorded today, when you submit an ARB request, you will put a timeline in there. At the time this was done, we did not have that.
So.
Okay.
And I guess in the grand scheme of things, we're really not here to decide what the HOA does or does not do.
Correct.
This is a variance being requested at the county level.
Right.
Many times, we can approve something at the county level, and you can walk into your HOA with that approval, and they don't have to accept it. So I just want to remind everybody of that. Commissioner Lockhart?
Well, I was just going to ask staff, is there a requirement that when someone comes before us with a request for a variance, that they already show confirmation from their HOA that they have approval? Because it seems like that's kind of been the tone here, and I don't think that it is it? No. Okay, for the record, Ms. Payton is shaking her head no. So to your point, the conversation about the HOA really is, whatever this board does at this point, it's then up to the HOA what they may do. The cart doesn't come before the horse, right?
Correct,
Okay.
agreed. Although I would argue, to your point, I think it would be wise in our code that we adopt something that helps the HOAs understand what may or may not be going on. In other words, if they're a member of an organized HOA, I would argue they should get approval from the HOA first before coming to us, because if the HOA won't approve it, there's no
You
sense.
just made a lot of HOA boards really excited.
Well, and here's the problem. Here's the problem you get into, because I've sat on these HOA boards. Residents walk in with an approval from the county and go, hey, I paid my money, I got approval, boom. Now the HOA's got to fight with it. I mean, either way, just an example.
Yeah.
Any
The
other,
only reason I was asking that question, Mr. Chairman, is because it's in the evidence that was presented to us for this hearing, so,
sure, no, I understood.
yeah, just trying to clarify.
Yeah, and I just didn't know if it was presented in the item because it was required. Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Lilly?
Nope.
So I do have a question for you. On page 2,214, which is the boundary survey that was up on the board that had the blue
Line?
line for the property line, and then yep,
There you
that
go.
one. What isn't on this particular drawing that is in our agenda book is the location of your propane tank, your pool equipment, backflow valves, and water shutoff.
And tree.
And I,
And the tree.
and what?
And the tree.
And the tree. And these are always tedious because there is supposed to be something that is unique to the lot or unique to the circumstance that requires the variance to be granted. And I understand that situation. I don't know, with all of that equipment, taking up all of those other places on that property, where else he would put it. I don't know, have you thought about that? Like, what's your alternative?
I don't really have an alternative. I mean, that's the only place it'll go right now, because I can't put it, like I said, it won't physically, I can't put it in a drainage easement. I can't put it so I can't put it on the back side, I can't put it on the south side. So the only other place would be to take that tree down.
But that would still be,
There's no equipment in the way. It would basically be right up next to my pool screen and take a tree down, and then that land, I would have to,
His only option really is to take down the tree.
and even then, I'd probably have to engineer a wall, because I had to engineer a wall for the pool because the way the ground is graded back into that drainage easement and grade that up. So yeah, it would be something.
okay.
So Mr.
Commissioner Carey?
Chairman? So if you took down the tree and regraded the property, you could put it somewhere without a variance, but that's your hardship. You don't want to take down the tree and regrade it, is that what I'm hearing?
Pretty much. I'd have to probably, not just regrade, I'd probably have to engineer a wall to put up there like they did for the pool, for the,
A retaining wall, talking
Yeah.
about a small retaining wall.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good.
Okay, so
I'm ready.
any further questions of the applicant? For the rebuttal? Okay.
Excuse me, Chairman. We had Rosemarie who had tried to get in earlier, but we couldn't hear her. She's called back in and would like to speak.
Okay, bring Rosemarie in. But I will need my screen.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Please give us your name and
Hi.
address for the record,
I'm sorry,
please.
I've been here the whole time. I don't know why you
understand.
couldn't hear me.
No, I understand. That's technology we're dealing with. If you could just give us your name and
Okay.
address for the record?
So, yes, my name is Rosemarie Coletti, Coletti. I reside at 1316 Fountain Hills Court, Winter Park, Florida, 32792. And my home is directly, it's across the street and one home over from the Lilies. So I do want to clarify several things that Mr. Lilly spoke to. Number one is I have an email which I included in the packet dated 7/13 from the HOA president that clearly states he does not have approval and that if in fact he did get a variance, it has to go back through the ARB again. That is in the packet. I copy and pasted the section from the email. The other thing I would like to discuss as far as the property values, this is not consistent whatsoever with the community or the communities in the area of like value. I went through painstakingly and gave you in the packet other communities of like value. I spoke to their HOAs. I spoke to management companies, and the only way they allow a shed is in some of them don't, but if it's allowed, it cannot be visible to the street. In speaking with the appraiser that I just did a refi with, he said, and my realtor, they said that because of the location of the shed, not a shed in of itself, but the location of the shed visible to a community wall and every single person coming in and out of the community, it is definitely a deterrent to the aesthetic of the community, therefore to the property value. I also would like to bring out that Mr. Lilly decided he was going to put up the shed in the first place, even without a building permit, until we brought it to the attention of the president that he needed a permit. He didn't even know that. And so at that juncture, you know, he has absolutely, there is no, in my opinion, there is no hardship here. He can rent a storage unit, and if he didn't allow for the shed when he was doing improvements, when he was designing the backyard, he knew exactly what he was buying when he bought the property. He had a survey, and when he put the pool and the screen and everything else he was putting in the yard, maybe he just bought a house with too small of a yard. But I don't want to see it. I don't want my guests seeing it. I don't want it deterring from the overall aesthetic of the community. It is not compatible with the community. The sheds that he has shown you are in communities that have home values of 200,000 to 250, nothing like our community. So with those clarifications, please, please help me keep the consistency for my home and the intrinsic value that was intended when I purchased here.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Okay, Clint, is there anyone else?
No, sir.
We're closing the public comment. We'll go to board action. This is
Chairman,
Commissioner
before-
Delari's district.
Before we go to board action, can we ask Mr. Lilly to rebut anything he may have heard?
Sure. Mr. Dolly, would you like to add anything additional to that?
Yeah, let's not repeat what happened last time.
My only thing, I think she brought up the same things that were brought up before. I mean, she says she has someone that says it does detract property values. I got something written. I know other people have talked to people that it doesn't, so I think that's an opinion. The HOA has approved it. Our neighborhood, the majority of our neighborhood has decided it is part of the aesthetic of our neighborhood. I mean, other than that, my opinion is we're here for the variance. I understand you want input from everybody else, but I'm here to get a variance, not whether or not I should have a shed. Anybody else have anything else?
Anything else?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the only reason why I wanted him to come back up again, because the reason why he's here, because he didn't
Thank you.
have due process.
I know, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, I think we could prove up we've given due process here today.
I just want to make sure he has due process.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. So we'll go to board action. The only thing that I would say is that it sounds like there's some differing opinions, whether the HOA, I think what we've gotten from Mr. Lilly is there's been some updates in their governing documents that now, sure, come on up, why not? We got all evening.
Sorry.
See, this is what happens.
Due process.
I know, I'm sorry. The only
No,
thing
no
is
worries.
if you needed to talk to the president,
No,
I didn't think you wanted to, but I just could say if you wanted to, but
no.
No.
I don't have any need to.
Nice offer.
Thank you.
Nice offer.
So I think regardless of what we do here today, it sounds like there's still going to be an HOA
Decision.
battle or discussion. That's not our wheelhouse.
Nope.
That's more of a civil issue. So whether the HOA approves it or not, I think is insignificant to me for what I may decide. But I would like to hear from the district commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What
Thank
his
you.
thoughts are.
Looking at the site plan, I mean, first of all, we're not approving a shed. We're looking at the this variance for the side yard setback on the north side of the house. Looking at a site plan, there's a tree there. There's an existing propane tank. And yes, the backyard and everything could have been re-engineered at the time of purchasing the house, but that's not where we're at today. It's a totally different issue. Looking at this, and I look at the side yard setback issue, where are they going to have enough drainage when the property is sheet flowed, either north, south, east, or west? And there's a totally different track that does that. It's track A. That's a drainage track. He's not going to be in the drainage track. Because of that, I'm going to be making a motion to overturn. And the reason why is because we're not approving a shed, we're just looking at the variance for that. So, Mr. Chairman, I know he still has to go to the HOA, may have to still go to the HOA. That's a different issue. So I'll make a motion to overturn the Board of Adjustment's decision to deny and approve the request of the side yard north setback variance from 7 feet and 1/2 to 0 feet for a shed in R1 district as presented here today.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lockhart.
Aye.
Commissioner Delary.
Aye.
Commissioner Carey.
Aye.
Commissioner Constantine.
Yes.
Commissioner Zembauer, no. 4-1, motion passes. Thank you. Be well. We will now move on to County Manager. Did we leave you anything for this afternoon? I know we got some of your stuff done this morning, but anything else you need to add?
It's escapes me now, so no, I have nothing for you this afternoon.
Okay. County Attorney, do you have anything to add this afternoon?
No report at this time.
Okay. All right, let's go to district reports. We'll start with District 3.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to congratulate all that attended and were part of that Seminole County Veterans Appreciation Drive, one that was so wonderfully attended. I know Ed Burford that we honored today was part of it, but so was Commissioner Delory, who put it together, and I just wanted to, Commissioner Lockhart and I were there, and it was really a wonderful event. Also, I just want to point out to everyone that we all know we have a treasure in the Wekiva River, and not only is it a state preserved river, it is also a federal preserved river, and this is the 20th anniversary of the Wekiva Wild and Scenic River this year, and so I wanted everyone to be aware of that and how wonderful it is and how we need to continue to protect that beautiful asset that provides.
Mr. Collins, is there going to be like a celebration or?
They have had a number of celebrations over the year, sponsored by, or the chairman is Nancy Prine, and they have done a number of things. I am a member from the Regional Planning Council to that particular commission, and we have representative from our staff that goes and meets about every other month, but they do not have a specific celebration. They've been doing celebrations all over, and of course now with COVID, there are very few that they've been able to do. They had a lot of things planned. Maybe they'll move it into next year, as many other things are being moved into next year. But that spring shed, as we all know, represents about 75% of our fresh water here in the Central Florida area, so it's extremely important. Also, on October 7th, I was attending virtually the National Association of Regional Councils, again, something that Commissioner Delory was very much involved in, was actually president at one time, a member of their board of directors now, and we had, as everything is happening now, a virtual meeting of that board of directors. On October 22nd, I was honored to be on a panel with Commissioner William Truex of Charlotte County and Sean Parks of Lake County on the Sustainable Landscape Collaboration statewide. There was over 400 people in attendance. It was, again, a virtual meeting, but we actually met to do the filming at the historic Casa Felix in Winter Park. So it was really a nice event there. And I did want to ask that we, for two things, and they're both sad, but we are all aware of it, and it's something that I think we should honor two people that have done a great deal of work here in Seminole County for years. First, we're all aware that Mr. Cecil Tucker II passed away on October 19th. He was first appointed to the commission, Historic Commission, in 1983 and served all throughout that. So I would like to make a motion that we do a resolution of appreciation for him and send it to his family, and hopefully we can do that at the next meeting.
Second.
Second.
Absolutely.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? So be it.
And the second thing is, we mentioned our last meeting about the passing of Tony Tizio, and I think we all know that Tony had a great deal of special needs, but even with that, he was one of the most likable, hardworking individuals, especially for the disadvantaged in transportation. And so I would also feel it's incumbent upon us if we did a resolution to him and send it to his family for all the things that he has done for Central Florida and for Seminole County, Central Florida, and for the disadvantaged.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Carey?
there's already a resolution written for Mr. Tizio, and the reason it was not on this agenda is Tony didn't have a lot of family, and they're trying to coordinate with the church and other organizations that he was very involved with, someone to accept that on his behalf.
Well, that's
So
wonderful. So let's, we have a motion, let's just approve it, and then we'll all have it together. That's great. I'm glad we have one.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Hearing none.
And, Mr. Chairman, other than that, just asking everybody that special day next Tuesday. Hope everybody gets out and votes. It's not only your civic duty, but it's something that is extremely, extremely important to the betterment of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lockhart, District 4.
All right. Wanted to thank our staff so much who put together the Greenwood Lakes Park ribbon cutting event yesterday at Greenwood Lakes Park. It was really, really well done and such a great opportunity to have. It was a socially distanced, remote. I don't know, but there weren't many of us there. But SGTV was there to capture it all.
Grand
and
opening.
It was really fantastic. There were actually a couple of children that were playing on the playground nearby, and Ashley Moore grabbed one of the little guys to come over and help with the scissors. And Mayor Mueller was there from Lake Mary, and Commissioner Delary was there. It was just that's such an amazing park, and the way that was designed to be in the heart of that community, right next to the library and between those two schools. And my children actually started playing at that park almost 25 years ago, and it did not look, well, one did, one wasn't born yet, but it did not look like that that many years ago. And
Especially
it's
that
come-
tree canopy, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous park. And so to see it come and have some new life was just really exciting to be a part of that. So shout out to the group who put that together. And to Dominica Recreation Products, who is a local company here in Longwood, who did the project for us. I love anytime we can use local companies like that to do projects. It was great. And so that was great. Also, I was able to attend a grave marker rededication along with Commissioner Delary at the Lakeview Cemetery. The Francis L. Dade Society Daughters of the 1812 are working with the Florida Cemetery Project to restore and identify grave sites of descendants of those who had ancestors who fought or gave aid during the War of 1812, during that time frame. And so we have at least two descendants that are buried there that are what are considered real daughters, which means they were the actual daughter of someone who fought in the War of 1812, buried there at the Lakeview Cemetery. And one of the veterans of the War of 1812 that is buried there is Mayor Art Woodruff's fourth or fifth great-grandfather. So he was out there, and it was wonderful to have him there and to be a part of that. It was just really very special. Anytime we have an opportunity to recognize that kind of deep history, I think we don't think of Central Florida as having history that goes that far back, but we certainly do, and to recognize that is so important. And then the final thing that I'll bring to your attention is tonight there is a community meeting for the East Crystal Chain of Lakes Association that has newly been created. It is, it's in my district. It is East Crystal, Pine Lake, Lake Bel Air, Lake DeForest, and Lake Amory. Lake Amory is already in an MSBU, but the other 4 lakes that are a part of this chain are working very hard together with our staff to have a first-of-its-kind chain of lake MSBU. They recognize that each lake impacts the lake next to it. So to just have one lake in the chain, really, while it would be great, doesn't really help the entire chain. So our team has been going above and beyond the call of duty to try and figure out how to creatively make something, a first of its kind thing like this happen. And so tonight they're having another community meeting. Lake Mary has been a wonderful partner. They actually own Liberty Park, which is on East Crystal Lake, and so they are considering their participation in the MSBU as well. So again, many thanks to all of our staff who've worked so hard, and the citizens have really come together. And anytime we have a group like that, that on their own accord wants to help improve our water quality in our community, I just want to say how grateful I am to them. So that's that. And I may make it to the community meeting yet.
Great, good report. Thank you, Commissioner Lockhart. Commissioner Delory, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to make this quick. First, I'd like to ask the county manager for, are we still online for the shoreline ordinance coming up soon?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Greenwood Lake Park's definitely outstanding. I want to thank Rick Durr's staff. I know Rick Durr takes all the bows, but it's his staff that actually does all the hard work. Nothing against you, sir. But I want to thank your staff for all the hard work that they've been doing out there. Veteran Appreciation Drive-Through. I will tell you that because of the pandemic, we always have the appreciation luncheon in June. And because of the COVID-19, we postponed it and we opted to have a drive-through, and county staff convinced me of it. And for the longest time, I was convinced that it wasn't going to be that good. But being there and seeing it, it was definitely a home run. And the proof of that was so many veterans contacted us and said they were very skeptical at first, but then when they drove through it and went through it, they were very honored and pleased. And I want to thank all the people that participated. For me to start naming them, I will miss one. But to say that they did a good job is an understatement. Everyone that participated did a phenomenal job, and I can't thank you all enough for your hard work and your dedication. I also want to thank the Community Services Group. During this COVID-19, there's a lot of things that are happening out there, and they are doing more than their fair share of work, and I want to thank them for all their hard work. We did get an email from the mayor of Sanford about the city actually got this morning. They voted to close Marquette Avenue, and I wanted to know when that's going to be put on our agenda. Hopefully it'll be soon. Hopefully we'll see that, Mr. Chairman. You got that email, right?
I did.
Okay. And then last, just a quick update. I've been updating everyone about Tuscola Estates and Bear Creek with all the flooding in there. And I've been told that there's going to be a meeting with the developer, and the developer is trying to make some changes and trying to understand what he needs to do. And I want to thank Bill and his group and Rebecca and all the engineering experts in that whole planning department and what they do. So thank you, Rebecca, and your team for doing that as well. And hopefully at the next meeting, moving on after Friday, we'll have some resolution to that. So thank you. Mr. Chairman, end of my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Delory. Good report. Commissioner Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things. As your representative out at the airport, I wanted to give you an update on the conditions out at the airport, which continue to be kind of dismal, but the passenger count for September for domestic travel were up to 70,000, a little over 70,000, which is great news because it had been a lot less than that. But the year-to-date numbers are 51% lower than last year. So that's the bad news. And of course, at this time, there's still no international travel occurring. And so there's no charter flights coming in internationally. And so that's obviously had a big impact as well. On a positive note, though, this weekend is the Lockheed Martin Space and Air Show. I know that all of you have probably received invitations and passes for that event. We're certainly excited to have the United States Air Force Thunderbirds in town. We also have the F-52 Raptor team, the F-16 Viper team, the F-35 Lightning II demonstration teams that are all part of the air show. Had a number of people comment and ask about all these jets flying around. They're not used to seeing fighter jets and those type of things, but they're out practicing their routes. You've probably seen them flying around the courthouse and the county services building as well. There are still opportunities for people to purchase tickets. You can get them at the website, which is www.spaceandairshow.com. And like I said, it is this weekend, so hopefully we'll have good weather and everybody will be able to turn out for that event. Should be exciting. On the Marquette Avenue, which Commissioner Delory just mentioned, we did get a letter from Mayor Woodruff that they would like us to look at closing that road. as you're aware, out in that particular area, most of the development that comes through, we don't see because they go through the city of Sanford because based on our utility agreements, they have to get their utilities from the city and therefore they go ahead and annex and go through that process there. And I would say that maybe this is one of those roads that we should look at to say, should we turn ownership of that road over to the city because of that? And so they would have the maintenance and those kind of control factors. There's other roads impacted by this concern out there. And the concern is if they go down Marquette and then turn on Ohio, which is a heavy residential area. And so, you know, I talked to the mayor about them participating in costs associated with these type of activities. And, you know, our staff has written several opinions that they don't think that that's a good idea. I think it needs to be closely looked at, and but I would ask that we have staff, if nobody's opposed, to ask county manager to have staff take a detailed look at that and then bring back some options for the county to consider, including one being giving that portion of Marquette Road to the city for their maintenance in the future. So nobody objects to that, Mr. Chairman. Can we direct that? to the
Are you
county?
asking for board support, Commissioner Carey?
Yes.
Okay.
To let the county manager to look at all the options, including the transfer of ownership of that to the city, and come back to the board with some recommendations. Because right now, the staff recommendation is to not allow that to happen.
No, I understood, so I got no problem supporting that.
Absolutely.
For staff to look at. I would ask and think we ought to consider, I think the Sanford Airport needs to be brought into the loop as well, as part of the conversation, since they back up to that area with some of their commercial and industrial. They should be part of the discussion as well. No problem at all.
Okay,
Everybody else, everybody's okay? Everybody's good here?
good. All right, and then I had an issue arise with a resident who lives on 22nd Street in my district. They had applied for community services for assistance to have their home either renovated or rebuilt. It's an older home in that older community, which that community is Lockhart. And it was brought to my attention that they were turned down because they couldn't qualify because their home site has a future land use of commercial. Talked to Matt Davidson about this. I think he's there in the audience. I think y'all have maps that show, that were passed out maybe to you earlier, that actually show this particular situation. I don't think we should administratively do any blanket kind of changes because people may not want their property to be changed. But when we have something like this come forward, which is just unintended consequences of the original future land use map, I think that according to Mr. Davidson and staff and the planning department, this is something that could be corrected administratively. And so if there's no objection to that, I'd like to ask the county manager to have her staff look into this and see if they can administratively make that change for this particular landowner who's trying to get some assistance from us in a long-term residential setting. So I see that there's a map popping up on the board there. I know Matt Davidson, I believe, is there. You could point out if you're not aware of the exact location. But again, you know, a lot of the area out along Southwest Road is commercial and industrial. We had that conversation earlier today about not wanting to change a lot of the industrial zoning. So that's why I don't think we should do a blanket change. But I do think that when we have something like this causing our residents to not be able to get assistance, that's problematic. And so I think the administrative solution was a good recommendation. But Mr. Davidson, are you or Rebecca Hammock at the podium? I can't see that. You see the map?
Yeah, it's Rebecca. Yeah, Rebecca's over there. I would like more information on it. I don't necessarily disagree, but I'd like to understand what the denial process was for the funding, how that's tied, and how the original land use was basis the future land use. Because I know we've got a lot of people that in this county who have built on commercial property, residential. And we have that conflict sometimes when people then come along later and want to build commercial next to residential, then the residential people come in and say, well, we don't want this next to us. Well, they were all commercial at one time. So I've got no problem with that. I'd like to know more detailed information of how that affected their ability to get some kind of grant money or funding. I think that's an important thing we should be looking at, agreed.
And I think Ms. Hammond can probably explain some of that. And, you know, Lockhart is a very old, well-established neighborhood, long before we had zoning and future land use in place. So, Ms. Hammond, can you point out the particular site? It happens to be the one there at 22nd and
So we believe that the site is located in this area. I apologize, I don't have the specific address, but the future land use on the property on this block here is commercial, but it does have the conflicting R1 zoning in this location. So the zoning and the commercial future land use are inconsistent. And so we believe that's why Community Services denied the option for them to apply for the funding. So along Southwest Road, there is commercial future land use. There are some parcels that have developed as commercial, but there are also, mostly the predominant land use in the area is residential on that side of Southwest. Across the street, a lot of that's developed as, looks like light industrial uses. So if planning were to bring forward administrative change to this area, we want to evaluate it and analyze it and see what the appropriate land uses and zoning designations would be.
It sounds to me, though, Commissioner Carey, maybe I'm misunderstanding, you're concerned about one particular property, not the entire area.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right. Yes, that's correct. So, I mean, this resident has lived in this home for many, many years. Like I said, Lockhart is a well-established community long before we had zoning in this county and future land uses. And I don't think that it's fair that they be penalized on being able to apply for support, especially since they are income qualified and seniors. Again, it's just one of those technicalities where the zoning and the future land use map don't match. And so in talking to planning staff, their solution was that it could be corrected administratively. So that's what I'm asking, if the board doesn't have any objection to that.
Sure.
If there's another solution besides rezoning or changing the land use designation that would address the funding issue, is that what you're primarily concerned about? Because maybe there's another way we can.
Yeah. Yes, and it may be that that's just a box, you know, that gets checked on the application process. And when somebody looked at the zoning, they said, well, we can't do this. And maybe there's a way for the county manager to have the ability to override that. So I'm just bringing it to your attention because I don't think it's fair for the resident. And I'd like for them to be able to make that application because the house needs attention. And again, they're income qualified seniors. I'd hate to see them, you know, continue to get worse or them living in deplorable living conditions because they can't get the assistance that they ought to be able to get.
Okay.
We'll look for a solution. I
Yeah,
understand
if we
what
find a
you're saying,
solution,
and
sure. Absolutely,
Okay.
why not?
And other than that, Mr. Chairman, just want to say happy fall to everybody. I hope you all have a safe Halloween for the kids. It'll be different this year, certainly with all the COVID stuff going on, but I know there are people making plans and, hey, got to wear a mask anyway, right?
That's right. Thank you, Commissioner Carey. Great report. All right, I'm going to combine the District 2 and Chair report. Let's see. Congratulations on Census 2020 to Seminole County, #1 in the state of Florida on volume of return and percentage of return. Good work to all our volunteers and our census team. Just another good aspect of, you know, why it's so great here in Seminole County, some of the things that we pull off in our community and our volunteers who do that good work on behalf of everyone. What also received, very interesting, we've talked about CARES money. I wanted to share a thank you letter on the CARES, and this comes from Master Robin Robertson, martial arts master, yoga teacher, and essential oil educator. Not sure what the last one is, but he is one of the recipients that applied for, CARES money through our business. And basically, he writes, "Dear Board of County Commissioners of Seminole County, we are greatly grateful for the generous grant for Seminole County CARES. We may have shed a tear or two. If anyone needs martial arts and/or yoga, please don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you very much on behalf of my family and my business. Respectfully, Robertson Martial Arts and Yoga." So, a little bit of good news. Good work.
It's great. Very cool.
We don't always get thank yous, but once in a while. So I thought that was a very special, someone took the time to write us a little note. Lunch with mayors and managers was October 15th. I'm sorry, that was the mayor's update that we were all at the Marriott. Learned a lot of things about the city and what the cities have got going on. Good information. It's good to see a lot of you there. Also, the mayor's and managers meeting was at the Boomba Sports Complex. We had Danny Trossett there to talk about, the sports, outings and what's going on and what we're bringing to Seminole County. A lot of the cities were very excited. A lot of them didn't really know what was going on, so it was good to bring them into the loop and help them understand what benefits they were reaping from bringing those sports outings here. I also would like to request a letter of appreciation and resolution for Gray Wilson for the time he's served on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and the Metro Plan Community Advisory Committee. I know he has served on many boards in the past, but I would like approval to do that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I would also next like approval to appoint Kyle Longville to Metro Plan Community Advisor Committee through January 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next on is I have a request that's been put through from my district from the citizens in Geneva. This is one that I think we've discussed many times, that these have come before us. They have filed an appeal on one of the projects that is a staff level issue that we won't go into because it is being appealed. They've requested the hearing to be a nighttime hearing on the BCC for the upcoming December 8th for a nighttime BCC meeting. So I committed that I would bring it to my fellow commissioners, get your pulse and input on how you would like to handle that.
I have no objection to
I
it.
have no problem.
So are we going to just do the one item, or are we going to move all of our public hearing items to the evening? Or-
Well, I think we should probably ask our county attorney the best way to handle that. If we should decide to do an evening, can that be handled as a separate matter? Or does it have to be part of the BCC proceedings on the agenda for that day?
All of the public hearings have to be advertised for a time and date certain. So your normal cattle call is at 1:30. If you want to carve out one for a 7 o'clock or a 6 o'clock, that is well within your jurisdiction to do and just advertise for the one. Or, like I said, you could wholesale and have them all in the evening if you'd like.
So we could bifurcate them?
Yes.
We could do 1:30, finish those up, have a separate one for, say, 7 PM?
Yes. You could-
Okay.
That's within your jurisdiction.
Just a suggestion.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Yeah, typically, our November and December meetings are very, very packed agendas.
They already
because we
have
only
been
have
given a
one.
date by legal, as
Right.
December 8th is their appeal date.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay.
I'm just saying, because they are usually so packed, it wouldn't be unlikely that if you were to agenda them as the last item on the agenda, that they would be after 5 o'clock anyway. Here we are at
Could be.
6:30. So,
Or another suggestion would be to start the meeting at 1:30 instead of 9:30. And do it that way, start the meeting at 1:30 and then continue on until whatever time, and then come back instead of doing a 9:30.
Yeah.
And go, so that's
Okay.
what I would suggest.
Okay, playing the devil's advocate, if we work through the agenda and say we're done at 4:30, 5 o'clock, which I know is wishful thinking, but it'd be our luck that would happen, then we're sitting here ready to move on and having people upset that we didn't do it in the evening. So just discussion, thought process, what's,
Just one particular item, put
do it at
agendaize
6.
it at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, I'm fine with
Set
it.
it specifically for
6.
6 o'clock.
Not 7.
Yeah.
okay?
Because
Yeah, that way, if you do that and you're not finished and you're not to that item, then it has to wait until you get to that point.
Okay.
But that's
Do
Everybody's good with it?
fair.
You can do
But
6:30.
did-
6 o'clock.
6 is good.
6 o'clock's good for everyone?
Even if people
Staff, can
work
you
early,
handle
they
that?
can-
Yes, sir.
Okay, 6 o'clock, we'll put that on for the expected time. Great, thank you very much.
Because right now, we're here at 6:30, so.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, exactly. Oh, we're not done yet.
I understand that.
we are.
I would also ask for approval of the board to accept my appointment to the Little Big Econ State Forest Advisory Board, which the meeting is tomorrow, so if anybody else would like to take it, you got 240 pages to read
Move to
by
approve.
10 in the
So,
morning.
Is this, so I saw this, and
Who is
so,
it?
what is, yeah, what is it?
Okay.
Tell us what it is.
Well, every 10 years, there's a 10-year plan for the state forests, and they have to take public input and an advisory board, and there has to be a local elected official on that board.
It is
And
it is a state requirement.
Yeah, I've done it once.
So they reached out and asked me to sit on that board, so I'm bringing it to our board to say,
Being the
they've asked me to,
district
I'm asking
commissioner.
for your approval to serve on behalf of the board and the county on the board.
As much as all of us would love to be there and read the 240 pages tonight, I think you're well-equipped to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
And
Well, I know the state forest well.
Do we need to approve this?
If
We
you'd be
really
kind
have,
enough.
we have to
Okay,
ratify it, really?
Move to
Wow.
approve.
Second,
All in favor?
let's
Aye.
just do it easy.
Exactly. Okay, let's see.
Mr. Chairman, I think
Yes.
as part of that request too, they wanted us to announce the 2 meetings.
Yes, I'm going to get to that
Okay,
next.
okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal thunder.
So Little Big Econ Forest 10-year management plan review, the meeting is tomorrow, October 28th. The public notice is attached to today's agenda. You can sign up for the public meeting that starts at 1 PM by going to fdacs.gov website. That's fdacs.gov website. Good?
Good. And we did include the public notice in the agenda packet
Yes,
today.
exactly. The next item we have up, I won't go into Marquette since Commissioner Carey brought that up. Everybody was copied on that. In the submissions, I'm sure everybody were copied on this and got copies of this. It's a letter from the mayor, Mr. Woodruff, at City of Sanford regarding the JPA, Seminole County, City of Sanford Joint Planning Agreement that basically says, Dear Chairman Zimbauer, per the letter dated January 13, 2020, former Mayor Triplett, the City Commission still supports amending the current joint planning agreement and/or engage in discussion regarding interlocal service boundary agreement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I know we had staff at a staff level dealing with, interacting with the City of Sanford. Do we have any idea where that stands?
Let me ask Rebecca to come up and give you an update on that.
And so, to go in more depth, there's a lot of detail and bullet points of what the mayor has asked. So I'd like to know where you're at on that and where that's
Sure. For the
stands.
record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. Previously, the city had asked for or it may have been the county commission that had stated an interest in having a joint work session with the city regarding some of the requests in their previous letter and in their current letter. Staff has had various meetings. We've had several meetings with city staff about the JPA. And at the most recent meeting, they said, perhaps it would be best for us to wait until after the election for both the city council and the county commission. And so we are waiting for that, but I assume it sounds like the city council had already had their election. So the latest that we had, it was.
Well, the last mayor left to run for a new office.
So what we had talked about previously was having a work session with the city because they wanted some particular changes to the JPA with regard to PDs, having some different design standards for PDs that have to do a pre-annexation agreement, about timing, about entering into pre-annexation agreements and things of that nature.
Sure.
So
the best that we know, our staff is sort of at a lull, just waiting for direction.
yes,
And this is still at a staff level, is that correct?
Right, we had sent out an email some months ago to the Board of County Commissioners with a list of the changes that the city was interested in making and was looking for any feedback on that. And then I believe there was, the idea of possibly sitting down with the city council and discussing those changes, but it hasn't moved forward from there.
Gotcha. I mean, I think we need to find out where that stands. Now, if they're asking to open the JPA, and there's a whole list of things that they've detailed out here, I think if we're going to open it, my desire would be to open it, and let's open it and have a discussion. We're talking about fire protection, police operations, streets, maintenance of drainage, how that's all going to play. And that, I think we have to include the property owners.
Don't forget utilities.
Who are part of that JPA.
Don't forget utilities.
The
Of
whole
course.
enchilada.
Right.
I'm with you.
So, I mean, the reality is I'm happy to go there and look at that. And, I would like staff to follow up and at least come back to the board and tell us where we're at with that staff level discussion. Whether we need to sit down and call community meetings and bring everybody in. But I think that's the reality. If we're going to open it up, I'm a fan of looking at all the aspects of it. I mean, I think that's what we really ultimately have to do. I think there's some enclave issues there that have to be addressed if we do that. I've got some questions on how some of those areas became enclaves. So anyway, I'd like to know where we stand with that and try to get us an idea where our next move is, so we can at least respond to the mayor and say, look, we're just really waiting for people to get together, or we're not getting together and we're going to do something different. Is that fair?
I think Rebecca's expectation, and maybe the staff in Sanford's expectation, is the next move would be to have a joint meeting with the county commission and the city council or city commission. Is that something that you're interested in, or do you want us to work some more on a staff level, or?
Well, I think
that would be great.
I think that's fine, but I think if we're going to open it up, I mean, there's some detailed items here, and I understand. But if we're going to open it up, I think you've got a lot of people, other than the two commissions or councils, that have concerns and have a dog in the fight.
So here's my suggestion. Perhaps Rebecca can get with each of you and talk about what your concerns might be. And then we can put together a list of issues, bring it back to the next BCC meeting. You guys can bless that as a list, and then we can send that over as we've got a letter that has a list of issues that the city is interested in talking about. If we can work to get a consensus among all of you as to what the county might want to talk about, we can maybe bless that at the meeting on November 10th, and then schedule a joint session based on that.
Sure.
Have an agreed agenda of items to discuss.
I'm
Great.
okay with that.
Let's do it.
Everybody else okay with that?
Yep.
Great.
The other, I wanted to point out on the JPA, we also are involved in the small area study for the East Lake Mary Boulevard corridor, and we do anticipate that there might be some recommendations from that study that'll impact the JPA and could result in changes to the JPA.
Okay.
Put that as a bullet.
So we'll need
bullet
to
item.
note those accordingly. Yep, great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Okay,
yes, go ahead.
You haven't finished, I'm sorry.
Also, just inquiring with the staff on that same area, the FDOT grant for the roadway enhancement project entering into the county from Volusia and along the 46 and Lake Mary Boulevard. Any updates on that? Mr. Durr?
For the record, Richard Durr, Leisure Services Director. That grant has been approved at the staff level and will kick in, or you'll have a JPA that comes to you in July of next year, so 2021. That kicks in with the new fiscal year in the state. And at that point, you'll be able to sign the agreement, and we'll be able to move forward with the project. Right now, it is in design. You saw some conceptual drawings, and we had some other conceptual drawings that were passed out to you all, so that we can get all of the construction documents in place so that as soon as the JPA gets approved, that we can move forward with construction.
Okay. Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And Rick, have you shared all those, you've said you've shared all those drawings with all of
Yes.
the commissioners?
Correct.
Okay.
We can send them again if you like.
There's
Yeah,
been no
If it wouldn't hurt
updates.
to send them again, that would save me from digging in my inbox.
Sure.
Yeah, please send them again.
Not a problem.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you all very much. We'll go to, you have a
Yes, just-
inquiry, Commissioner?
No, I just have an update that I thought real
Okay.
quickly. I did, first of all, my computer or laptop just died at 6:30 after doing it since 9:30. But all of us, I want to update on the Miami Springs Drive. We all know that we put to have speed cushions on Miami Springs Road way back when we had the debate about what was happening at Wekiva Island. And with a email trail that began in June, trying to get them on and in. And they were put in a couple of weeks ago, but they weren't put into the exact specifications. But quickly, they were then fixed. And at 6:05 today, I received an email that I thought you'd all like to hear. And it was a viewpoint on the Miami Springs Drive speed cushions. It says, first, it's not always how long something takes, but if it gets done at all. And we are pleased to see the speed humps installed. Second, when the project looks complete but needs further attention, it needs to be quickly addressed. Thank you for promptly returning to make the improved changes and adjustments. Third, having efficient people collaborating together really makes things happen. So it follows that special thanks goes to Mark Beavis for his expertise and ongoing support. Installing the traffic calming humps is an important step on the number of levels, but it is basically about prevention and safety for all of us who travel along Miami Springs Road. Sincerely, Candy and Mike, Nick, Niznik. And I received numerous emails, I think the chairman did too, how pleased people are with the speed humps that live there and use Miami Springs Road. So congratulations to everybody.
That's great.
Yep, amen, thank you very much. All right, Clint, do we have any of the public waiting to address the commission on non-agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very kindly. We will close the public portion of the request to address the commission at this juncture. Do we have anything for future agendas from the commission? Anything future agendas from staff?
No, sir.
Seeing none, we'll stand in recess. Thank you all.
Congratulations.